Hi, I'm Pete, and this is a tutorial on the MF8 Petaminx. In this tutorial, I'm going to show every step in the scramble and solve of this great puzzle. I'm going to explain everything that I do, and I will provide as much commentary as I possibly can. I'm going to show this video in real time, so I'm not going to use time-lapse as I did in my other solve video. I've had a lot of requests for this, and even though it's going to be a very long solve, I think it will be a lot of fun, and I hope lots of people enjoy watching it. Now, if you want to actually learn how to solve the Petaminx from this video, it would be very helpful if you already knew how to solve a Rubik's Cube. It would be helpful if you knew how to solve a big cubic puzzle such as the 5x5 or 7x7. It would benefit you if you knew how to solve a Megaminx and of course a Gigaminx or a higher. But you know what? I'm going to show every single step. So even if you haven't done any of those puzzles or some of those puzzles in the past, if you watch this video, I'm sure that you'll get some great ideas for how to solve the Petaminx. Now, in the notes for this video, I'm going to have links to each of the major steps in the solve. I break the solve down into steps, about 90 minutes to 2 hours each step, and it just helps to organize the solve. Okay, so you don't have to watch the whole thing; just watch as much as you want, and you can skip around. I don't mind. Now, I'll just say a few things about my setup, and then we'll get I'll give an overview of the solve. Now, my setup is not quite the way I normally solve these puzzles, so I just want you to know that normally I solve a big puzzle like this up a little closer to my body, and because of the lights and because of where the camera is, I'm pretty well solving with my arms outstretched. And that makes it a little difficult for me to turn the layers sometimes, and it also makes it a little difficult for me to see that I have everything lined up. So if you notice that I'm having trouble turning things, that's most likely what the problem is. Also, this puzzle is just still breaking in. I've solved it a few times, but these big puzzles, they do take a few solves to break in. It's really starting to come along nicely, but if there's any catchiness, it's probably just either a bad technique on my part or possibly the puzzle still has a little bit of breaking in to do. Right now, the innermost layer is just a little tight on this puzzle, and that's deliberate. I just tightened it up because it had become loose after my last solve. And the outer layers are just really nice and turning very well. Okay. Now, I'm just going to talk just briefly about the stickers. These are the factory stickers. I haven't found a third party that makes stickers yet. I'm really waiting for somebody to come out with nice high contrast stickers. The only real issue I have with the factory stickers is that the purple is not very purple. In fact, there is no purple. I have pink 1 and pink 2. Okay, and it's probably quite obvious in regular lighting what the difference is, but under very bright lights, it may be not quite as obvious. So if you see me try to put the pink 1 into a pink 2 spot, then you'll know that I just I'm really having trouble seeing. But I will eventually figure it out, because once they get close to each other, it is more obvious. Okay, so that was it about my stickers. I have a little towel underneath the puzzle because the puzzle, if I take my hands off it without the towel on this little wooden table, it'll wobble and oscillate quite a bit. So the towel allows me to take my hands off of it without it just sitting there and oscillating and looking rather lonely and scared. So that's why I have a towel. I think it might also help preserve my stickers a little bit. I'm not real sure. yeah, I normally set my puzzle on a towel when I'm not solving it, like if I take a break or if I take my hands off it for any length of time. But in this case, I'm just going to leave it right on the towel to solve. Great. The next thing I'm going to say before we scramble here is I'm going to give you a little overview of the solve. Now, of course, we think of the white and the green as the top and the front of the puzzle. I solved the puzzle upside down, so I put the white on the bottom and I solved it from the bottom from the white up to the top, which is the gray. And I'm very particular about the order in which I solve things. I start with the white center. I solve the all the pieces in the white center first, and then I go around the bottom part of the puzzle in a clockwise way. And the part of the solve, the first center, and then the first three faces. Sorry, the first face, first three faces, and then the next three faces is kind of the way I have it split up. And once I do, so that's the bottom half of the solve. And then I start solving, actually solve counterclockwise around the top of the puzzle. So I solve the next four faces. And I end up with the gray on top and the pink on front as my last two faces. And these ones have to be solved differently from all the other ones. Just like the last two faces of a big cube, you have to use these two faces to swap the pieces around. You can't really use the other faces to do block building. So that's the face building part of the solve. That's maybe not quite half of the solve time. And then the rest of the solve involves pairing up the edges, and it's a technique that's pretty much identical to the way it's done on big cubes, the 5x5 or 7x7. I start by pairing the inner edges, and then I just move my way out. So innermost edges, next one, and next one. And what I do is I solve two edges at a time. Now, I don't know if that's more efficient than solving one, but it's certainly more interesting. And I think it is more efficient, but I find it more interesting to set things up to be able to solve two at a time than to just solve one at a time. And that's about it. Sometimes you can end up with a type of parity where you have two edges swapped, and the fix to that is pretty straightforward. But you can't use the algorithm that we learned to deal with that on the cubes. It just doesn't quite work on this. So once we solve the edges, then the last step of the solve is the Megaminx Solve, where we just treat all the faces as if it's one big Megaminx center, and all the edges as if it's just one gigantic Megaminx edge. And then these little corners are treated like very tiny Megaminx corners, and that part of the solve is really fun because you're getting to the end and this gigantic puzzle suddenly just becomes a Megaminx. Now, the scramble on such a big puzzle is not going to be as easy as it would be on Megaminx, where you can pick the puzzle up and just turn the puzzle while you hold one face steady. It's just not going to work on this big puzzle. Maybe someone with giant hands could do it. So I'm just going to start randomly turning the layers. And the idea here is it's such a big puzzle that even if I don't get everything perfectly mixed up in the scramble, by the time I've done the first face, all the other faces will be thoroughly scrambled anyway. So it's really not that critical to get everything thoroughly scrambled. Now, my puzzle is still breaking in a little bit, but it's turning much better even than it did when it was first new, and it actually turned pretty well right out of the box. The innermost layer was a bit stiff, and in fact I loosened it a bit, and but after a couple of solves it loosened up so much that I felt that I really needed to tighten it back up. So my advice for these big puzzles is to let them break in a little bit before changing the tensions, because it's really quite it's quite a an ordeal to get these center caps off, and there is always a risk that pieces will fall out, and this would be a big puzzle to have to put back together. So that's it. This type of puzzle is solved. I mean, this size of puzzle, the Petaminx, is solved identically to the Teraminx, to the Gigaminx. As a matter of fact, really, if you know, when I solved this for the first time, what really struck me was I'd solve it and then realize that I had one more layer on a face to go, because I was so used to stopping after the layers, the number of layers on a Petaminx. I mean a Teraminx. Sorry. So or the edges. So yeah, it's really the same solution as the Teraminx and the Gigaminx. There's just more of it, and it's kind of cool. Now, as far as how much of it I solve in one go, I like to solve maybe for about 90 minutes at most, and then get up and move around and get my circulation going, because I don't think it's really very healthy to kind of sit in one place for too long. Even though there's a fair bit of movement going on to move this puzzle, it's just really not much. It's just my hands and arms, not really much else. So yeah, so I solve about 90 minutes at a time, and if I'm doing this, say, in an evening or something, that's probably what I would do. I just come home, you know, relax for a while, and solve, say, 3 faces of the puzzle, or 1 set of edges, and then just go and do something else, and then come back the next day and solve some more. So that's what I do. I don't try and turn these into a marathon, because it's not so fun. What's fun is kind of, you know, just working at it and watching it come together. And really, that to me is the attraction of this type of puzzle, is just watching it with the chaos of the solve, and just watching it kind of transform, you know, into this orderly, beautiful dodecahedral puzzle. So that's it. I know that some people have been trying to make an Megaminx, which is the next layer, a 5-layer minx puzzle, and I'm kind of wondering if I would ever consider an Megaminx. I like these big puzzles. This one, if I wasn't commentating on it, would take me about 7 hours of solving time, which is, you know, maybe three evenings or 4 evenings or something like that. I don't know how much time would I want to spend on a single puzzle. I do have other puzzles that might take that amount of time. One of the big puzzles I just was solving in January is the Radial Lyrian 3, and that probably was taking me about 6 hours or so, and you know, several evenings. That was an icosahedral puzzle, and so, you know, but again, that was a puzzle that it was relatively straightforward to solve, but just had a lot of things to do on it and a lot of different steps. So I don't know how big I would go. An Megaminx would be kind of cool. Another puzzle that I'm kind of jazzed about, which I'm still waiting for as I'm making this video, is Item Star, which is also an icosahedral puzzle, and it's going to be on this sort of, I think, very similar to the solve of the Radial Lyrian 3. They're very similar puzzles, just a different cut, different depths of cut, and so yeah, and that's another one that would take a very long time. So, well, I don't know what the limit is. for these puzzles. I'd be kind of interested to hear your thoughts in the comments. How big would you go on a puzzle like this? Okay, how have we done here? I think we can call that scrambled. Alright, what do we have? Of course, we gotta do that. Okay, so, yeah. Definitely not going to be any, this puzzle definitely isn't going to be in any competitions. It would take all day just to get them all scrambled up. Okay. Well, let's call that scrambled then. And I know that there might be some blocks of pieces still, but I guarantee you by the time we get there, they're going to be long gone. Okay. So that's it. I'll just for the sake of reference, we'll put the white and green back on the top and front, and that's our scramble. Time to start solving the mighty Petaminx. So we're back and time to get started with this Megaminx Solve. Now we'll be starting with the white face and filling that in and then going all the way around until we get to the gray face. The idea is to go around the center and fill in all the pieces around the innermost pieces around the center, and then do the next set of pieces, the next ring of pieces, and so on. And we complete one face and then move on to the next face and work our way around the puzzle. Now, it may be tempting to try to do just one ring of a face and then do one ring of each face and move back, but that doesn't work. What happens is that you run out of space to build pieces, and you'll see that building pieces, assembling pieces on one face and then moving them into a face that you're working on is a major part of the solve technique. So you have to do one whole face at a time before you move on. Okay, let's get started. The first step in any face is to put one long piece by itself. And here's a long piece here. Now, this early in the solve, I'm going to move a slice at a time, so I just moved the slice into place. Now, normally, once we start getting things assembled here, that once you put a piece into place, you turn it out of the way and then move the slice back so you don't damage any of the other faces. But because this is the first face, we don't have to do that. But it's just something to keep in mind that I am doing things a little differently just because it's the first face, and we have quite a bit more freedom. Okay, so once I have one lonely piece in place on a face, my next step is to put a sort of a corner piece and a long piece together in one of these slots beside it. And it doesn't matter which side I do. What I'll do is I'll look around, and you see I found one right there, and this is a corner and a long edge, or sorry, and a long center, and so it goes right there. So in this case, I don't have to worry about breaking any of the other faces, so I can just go ahead and just slide that slice right in. Okay, and so now I've joined those two pieces. Okay, later on we're going to have to worry about ruining other slices and do a bit more work to get that to happen. But for now, lots of freedom. So here's another assembled set of pieces, and I'm just going to go ahead and put it in. Okay. And I think that it sort of helped us out quite a bit. It doesn't normally go this fast because we have to assemble pieces, but hey, I'm going to take this. This will be fine. Okay, so there's another 2 pieces that are assembled. And now if this little corner here was on the other side, then I would have just turned it so that this part was visible. But I've turned it so that this part's visible. There you go. Okay. Now the fact that this one came along is just an accident, and we really don't need it, and we'll have to take it out anyway, but it's alright. It doesn't hurt anything for now. So now I've done those 4 pieces, and the last piece, you'll notice that I need a long piece and I need 2 square pieces on either side. So this is where really the building starts. You'll notice that I have this piece here, and I need to find the other 2, the corresponding corner center pieces for it. And they are going to always be in these center positions. So I have to look around, and I just have to look around and find them. So there's one, and so I can just go ahead and turn it up. And now I can use this as my guide, because if I want this to be, say, on this side of this piece, then this has to be on the same side of that piece. So I'm just going to turn this piece up. There you go, until that little corner type center is lined up with this piece, and now I can just turn the slice up and they're joined. Okay, so I'm looking for the other side of this. Now at this part in the solve, there are a lot of pieces. The puzzle is completely scrambled up, and this is really the hardest time to be looking for those pieces, because it just, you have so much to look at, including possibly on the face you're working on. Okay, now, so it's not uncommon for it to take a couple of tries before you find it. Okay, and people who have much quicker recognition will do better with this. I'm a little slow sometimes at recognizing. There it is, pieces. Okay. So again, because we're not so worried about preserving the puzzle, we only have the white face partially done here. I'm not worried about preserving the other pieces, so I can just go ahead and I moved 4 layers there, and I don't have to worry about putting them back for now, but we will very quickly. So now this is the piece I want to put up there, and I'm just going to move the one slice into place. Well, great. So now it's time to put this assembled set of pieces in, and there's a couple ways to do that. We don't have to worry about putting things back, but one way is to move the slice where the piece goes up, and then you can move the new piece into position that way. Okay, you'll see that repeated over and over again in the solving this puzzle. So there I have the first ring of the first face, and now I'm just going to move on to the next ring of the next face. Now the next ring, we're going to put 2 strips in where there's the middle sized long center, and then there are 2 little square ones on either side. I'm going to put one in there, or anywhere, it doesn't really matter, and then one either opposite this side or opposite it that side, right? So in other words, one on one side, then a gap, and then one on the other side. Okay, and we do those 2 pieces, and then we fill in the rest of them, and I'll show you that. Okay, so we need one of those middle ones, and then 2 white ones on either side. So there's one right there. Of course, it helps to look around. I wouldn't spend too much time looking for completed ones, because you're always going to need the completed ones anyway. So if you see some that aren't built yet, it's okay. You can use those to start. Okay, so I have my piece, but I need to find one of those white middle-sized centers. There's one right there. Okay, well there's one that's partially built for us. Maybe that'll work. Okay, so I'm just moving this a little closer to the white face, sort of a working area. And so now I'm just positioning stuff. Now I want to set up, I want to put a white one there. It's right up here, and now I have everything nicely lined up so I can move it into position. Okay, there you go. Now we brought a piece that we don't need along, but it doesn't matter. Now remember I said it doesn't really matter also where these go, but you see this one right here, this one has pieces that I'm going to need, and they don't do me any good on this face. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this down, hide it out of the way, and I'm going to use this opportunity to turn this slice out. Okay, this is what I was talking about things getting a little sticky. This is almost entirely due to me not lining things up right here. So now I'm going to knock those two pieces out. We'll use them later. There you go. I put the strip that I want to put into this slice that I moved, and now I'll move the slice into position. Okay. So there you go. Slice is in position, and so this is the first one. Now that I've set that, then I know that my other one is going to either go there or there. Doesn't really matter. Okay. And those two pieces would make a good start to that next slice. So I'm going to take a note of where they are. There's a nice piece to use right there. And what I'm going to do then is the two that are already assembled for me, I'm just going to push them up one at a time. So there's one. Okay. And then I just turn the face so that this one is lined up with that. And turn the face. And now I've built my strip. Okay, very, very quick. Now, in the process of doing that, you notice that I did take a chunk out of the inner layer on the white face. So what I have to do, and from now on I have to be very careful with this because things are starting to get built, I turn the piece I've just built out of the way, and then I turn the slice that I just moved back. Okay, and that you're going to see repeated over and over again as we put this puzzle together. Okay, so now this strip I can actually move without any problem because I haven't built anything there yet. Okay. So now I have this 3-piece strip and this 3-piece strip. So the next thing I'm going to need then is on this side I'm going to need a middle long one and then 2 on each side. To fill that one in. Now what am I going to need over here? I'm going to need 2 on one side and 1 on another to fill in this, and then another full one. Okay, so what does that work out to be? Well, turns out that I need 2 full ones and then 1 that's just missing 1 on one side. And the one that's missing 1 on one side is the easiest one to start with, because then once I get it in, then I just have 2 full strips to make for this middle layer. And that's what I'm going to do right now. So what I'm looking for now is a middle white strip. There it is. Okay, and now I need to put 2 on one side and 1 on the other, and it doesn't, again, it really doesn't matter which side I have the 1 on, because I can put it on either side. Okay, that one's already built. Okay. So I see this one here. I don't need this one, so I'm just going to take the 1. And now that I have my white face starting to build up, what I'm going to do is use the technique where I move it out of the way, and now because it was that one, I'm going to move that strip back. Okay, and that preserves all the other faces. The only thing we change then is this one and this one right here. So that will protect all the other faces. So now I'm looking for an inner one. Well, that's an inner one, but it's already being used, so I don't really want to waste it and break it up. But here are 2 that aren't being used, and what's really cool is that they're both on the same side over here, so I can really use that. So those two, I'm going to push them up there, and you can push 2 slices at a time. You see that? Now I'm going to I have to put those 2 slices back. So there you go. Okay, definitely don't want to get in the habit of moving slices and not putting things back. So I have that, so I'm looking for just the one piece that goes right on the inside there. Okay, so as it turns out, I didn't really need to put that in there. Okay, that one. They're always, they can be very, very pesky to find, especially this early in the solve. And that's okay. I mean, that's the game, isn't it? And you know, the more you play it, the better you'll get it. Notice I'm getting a bunch of they're all in the left, and I need a right. So I don't know. Okay. There's one. Okay, we're back in business now. I have to remember where I put that strip that I was looking for. But what's interesting about it is that it's become a full strip. I didn't. Okay, so there's my white. So I'm safe to move this slice up here 2 turns. So I'm not going to bother undoing that. Normally I would, but just because this is so far away. So yeah, so I ended up making a full strip, even though I didn't intend to, but that's okay. I can use it. So let me just turn it in here. There it goes. Okay, and so it's in place. So now I definitely need one that has a one short side. Okay, because then the last one will be another full strip. Okay, I did see one that was partially built for us. There it is. It's got the piece on the left side, which is good, or the right side, because I was having trouble finding those. And now I just need to find the rest of these pieces. Okay, there we go. So there's the piece that goes on the immediate right. And I just put it down, and just to make sure that we don't hurt anything on the other side of the puzzle, I'm going to turn this face out of the way to get the piece that I just put in out of the way, and then turn it up. Okay, so now whatever was down on this side, I don't even have to look at it, I know it's back in place. And that's exactly how you solve the Petaminx without hurting anything else. And really, that's the main kind of the challenge of it, is to always remember to do that. And you know, it happens to the best of us. You forget, and forget to turn a slice back, or get a slice move backwards or something like that. Not a big deal to fix. It's the nice thing about this puzzle, it's pretty forgiving. There are other puzzles out there that definitely, if you make a mistake, you're almost starting from the beginning, and they're a lot more challenging. That's why I like this puzzle, because it's easier to do it casually. So now I have 2 on this side and 1 on that side, and that's one of the piece types that I need. So what I'm going to do, I got to find the white side again. It's very interesting how hard it is to navigate this puzzle when it's still quite scrambled. Once we establish the white face and some of the other faces, it becomes much clearer. So I have this strip, and I need to put it in a way where those 2 pieces fill in a row. So that's not it. That's it right there. Okay, so this is kind of a cool thing you can do. So those are the 2 pieces, and that's the 1 piece. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this strip, this slice up here. So this is where it goes. Now watch as I turn this upper face, and now I've turned these pieces into the spot where they belong. And now I can put this slice back, and if we had other faces, it wouldn't have done any changes to the other faces. It would have only changed this one and that one, and now this strip is in. And so if you sort of look here, you can see that we have one more strip for this second ring, and then we'll be done with that one. So, and it's a full strip. Large, or sort of the medium size a wide piece, and then 2 of the little corner centers on each side. Okay, let's go here. Now, this is kind of cool because there's only one of those left on the puzzle. So there's only one of the wide, and there it is, right? And that's the last one. And there's only going to be one of each of those left as well. So one of the things to check before you start looking too far is to check the white face or the face you're working on in case there's any that are on the face. Because that you need them. Okay, so there's an inner piece, and I'll take that. So I push that one up, turn the face, push the slice down, and that's the standard way to insert a piece on the Petaminx or any other minx puzzle. All right, now I gotta look around for the rest of these, and I'll take them wherever I can find them. Okay, so my technique, and who knows, is to, if I have the piece on top, I'll just look around the 5 side pieces and do any that I find there. And there is one. I just saw it, and oh well. Alright, I thought I saw a piece, yeah. No, that was the outside. I only need the innermost ones. Okay, well, I'll find it again, I'm sure. Well, surprising. Okay, so now the other thing you can do then is you can bring the piece that you're assembling just a little closer. I like to work maybe just one face above the face that I'm working on, if possible. It sort of gives you a target for everything. Okay, and yep, and then put that up. All right. So okay, so there's one of the pieces that I need right there. Okay, and I just have to make sure everything's lined up before I turn it. Okay. So now this strip is lined up to allow any pieces from this strip to be changed. So that's the piece, and I'm going to put it in there, put it up, and turn that out of the way, and turn it back down. Okay. There's another piece that, and now you see this orientation, and it's on the other side, and this one's already lined up. Okay. Okay, so now the next bit is that we have to fill in this. This is our last one for the strip, and there's only one white piece on the puzzle now that fits in that spot, so we really have to look around. It's not quite so easy as when you have quite a few pieces that could go there. Okay, so we have to look for one. We're looking for one in this position right here. Okay. Make sure that they're not on the white face. Okay, because if they were there, it would actually be right here. Okay, so I don't see it there. So my technique for finding stuff is to flip the puzzle over on the opposite side of what I've already looked. Look on the face that is opposite, and then expand my search outward. That's just my technique for doing it. Okay, I don't see it there, and this takes a while to get good at this, and I'm sure some people are naturally better, there it is, than others, and yeah, that's fine. Okay, so now I'm really going to start treating the puzzle as if it's already has faces on it, just so that I don't get into a bad habit here. So there's the piece. There's where it goes. So I've lined up this strip with this piece. I'm going to put it into place. I'm going to turn this face out of the way. And I will put the slice back the way it was. So that means that all we affected was this face and that face. It belongs down here. So I'm just going to turn this up. That's where it belongs. And I can turn the top. It doesn't really matter which direction I go. And turn it back in. And there we go. 2 of the 3 rings on the white face are done. Now time to move on to the other one. And that technique is identical. We're going to put in one that has the middle, and then 2 on the outside. We'll put in one on one side, and then opposite on one of the strips we'll fill it in. And then we'll put in 2 that have 3 on each side, and then one that has 3 on one side and 2 on the other. Okay, so let's get started. I'm going to knock this one out because we need it. Okay, and there's our inner piece. And so when we first start, it'd be quite easy to find pieces because there's a lot of them. And you know, things start to get a little bit easier now, just because there'll be fewer white pieces to look for. There's only white pieces in the outer ring now, and so it goes. Okay, so that's shaping up here. Again, that's the innermost piece that I need. And you saw how quickly that went. So many candidates here. Alright. So I'm going to take this opportunity to knock this out because we will need that one. So with that in mind, so there we go. So I have my strip of 2 and 2, and so I need another 1, 2, and 2 on one of these sides. Okay, so I'm just assembling this 1, 2, and 2, and now I have pieces on either side, and I need the innermost pieces. Now, there's one of them. And that's looks good, but it's the wrong side. There's one that's the right side. Correct side. There we go. Now, the nice thing about starting at a consistent spot is that I look at that center and I know I'm on the gray side, and I know I'm working towards the white side. So it sort of takes a little bit of the need to really look around so much, because I know where I'm working, and I know what faces are okay to trash and what ones aren't. So there's my strip. The strip I've already put in is right here, so we can go ahead and put that next strip of 2 and 2 right over there. Okay, there you go. So that was the initial setup of the face, 2 and 2. So now my next one is I need 3 on one side and 3 on the other. Then I need one that has 3 and 2, and then I need one that has 3 and 3. So I'm going to get the one that needs 3 and 2 first, because that's the oddball, and then it'll be 3 and 3. So there's one that was already partially assembled. Okay. Okay. Now I need one that's on the inner, and I believe there's not too many of those left. Okay, so the kind of the game here is no, that one's already done. Ah, there it is right there. No, it's not. Yeah, so that's the game, is really to be able to kind of flexibly go from looking for pieces in the inside to the middle ring to the outer ring, and back and forth like that, and that's really the challenge. One of the challenges, anyway. Okay, there's the piece I'm looking for right there. Okay. So, and I just need to add one more piece to either side of that, and then we'll be ready to insert it. And it just so happens that I see the piece right there. Okay. So now I'm going to choose which side. So it's on that side. So let's see, it would go very nicely right in there. So what I'm going to do is turn that up. So I want to put it in there. So I'm going to turn this slice up, and so now the piece that we're working on goes in there. There you go, and it goes. Okay. So what we're left with then is needing a full strip here and a full strip there. And those are pretty easy to make. Now, there'd be nothing to stop you from actually making both strips at the same time and then going and inserting them one after the other. Sometimes I do that if it depends on the circumstances, but generally I make one strip at a time and then put it in. This is a big puzzle. There's a lot to do, and so I just like to try and make things as interesting for myself as possible. Oops. As I'm doing this. Okay. What I did there was I moved the wrong face to put the strip back. It doesn't. We're not really hurting anything here, but as I say, I don't want to get into bad habits. Working on this one face that's the one that you don't hurt anything else out of the other 11. Okay, so we got that. Okay, there's only 2 of these left, so the number of pieces is getting down there. Okay. And this is where having a really good memory, short-term memory helps. That's where I have my my challenge. But those of you that can remember seeing a piece go by on a slice, you'll be very, very well served by that. Okay, that's not it. Okay, so I'm just looking for an inner piece now, and there's only a couple of those left on the puzzle. In fact, there probably should be 2 left. And okay, there's one, but you can see that we don't want to break it up because it's almost complete. Oh, that's the one I'm working on. Okay, that's why my thumb was on it. Okay. There's an inner one, but it's the wrong side. Okay. Well, the good news is it has to be here. I think that's it right there. Yep. Okay. Always the last place you look, hey? No. Oh, man. Okay, wrong one. Remember how I was saying earlier that sometimes you can make 2 strips at the same time? There it is. This would be a time if you got totally lost. Okay, so now I've turned that slice twice, and now I'm going to turn the slice back twice, or 2 phases basically. Okay, and again, that's just to not get in the habit of making moves that aren't put back. Now we're on this slice right here. I'm just going to turn it out of the way to hide it. I'm going to turn up the slice from the white face. That's it right there. Put this back, and then turn it back too. Okay, and there we go. Put the second last piece in, strip, and one more strip on the white face, and we've done our first face. Okay, have to find the one small middle piece that's left. Okay, well there's some pieces we need. There we go. Okay, so there's one piece, there's the other piece, there's the one that we need. Probably the easiest thing to do right now is to put this on its own face. So I'm just going to put this up here. Turn it out of the way, and there, I'll put that strip back. So now this piece is up here, so now I can go ahead and put the 2 inner pieces in. Okay. And now you'll notice that there are actually 2 pieces lined up, so I can just go ahead and move a strip of 3, and then undo that. That's okay. And in the process, I actually brought down another one that we need. So I'll just move the 1 strip. Okay. And just a couple more pieces to assemble. Okay, there's one of them. The nice thing now is that any white that we see is going to belong to this strip. Okay. Okay. And there's the last one. Now, it is possible to join pieces up from 2 faces away. You don't have to do that. Oops. You could just move them one at a time. Perfectly fine. Okay, so I move the slot up, as I call it, the slot. Okay, and this is, you notice this is just sketching just a little bit. Part of it is just getting my whole hand on that face is a little tricky. I can only get my fingertips. It's such a big puzzle. Okay, there we go. I've completed the white face and the first of my first 3 faces. So next up, I'm going to start on the yellow, and I'm going to work myself my way around until I get to the pink number 1. And that's how we're going to proceed. Right, so on to the second face. We've already done the white face. And the way I work this is I'm going to put the white face as my reference off to my left. and work on this face here. And my working area will kind of be to the right of the face I'm working on, and that will work out as I work my way around all of these faces. Okay, so the way we start is with one single strip. Now it's there's some here, but we can't really use them the way they are. And there is a cream color, but that's not the yellow we're looking for. We're looking for a dark yellow. So there's a single dark yellow over here. And I'll just put that in there. Okay, and so now I really have to start being very serious about not forgetting to undo my slice moves. So I've put that in and I've changed the slice. Now I have to turn the face that I've moved the slice into, and then turn the slice back. And I have to be very careful about that from now on, because this is starting to get serious and I could wreck a face. Right, well, I have one that I can use here, and I really have a choice. I can either use this slice or that slice. And let's see, the one, it has it on the left here, so that's probably the easiest one. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to move this slice up right there, and then I'm just going to move those two pieces into the slice and then move it back down. There you go, and I've made that. Okay. So now what's left to do with this lone piece here is just find one that goes on either side and put it in. Let's see, there's one right there. Okay. Okay, this is that. Okay, so I move the slice up, move the slice down. Okay, and I've assembled that piece. Now it's on the left, which means that we'll go right there. And that'll also knock that piece out, which we need. So, go up, spin it around to go into the slot, and then back down. Okay, and you'll notice that that slice also went through the white face, but we didn't hurt the white face because we put everything back. Okay, one more with the 1-in-1, and there's a piece that we need. We just need to find the long center that goes with it. There's one. There's two of them. Okay, so I am going to move that up just one. So there is the piece. I'll bring the slice down. And now I'm going to do something a little tricky. I actually need to put these two pieces up here anyway, and I need to put this slice back. So I'm going to take advantage of the fact that they're on the same slice and put the slice back along with the two pieces that I need. Okay, so that was a little tricky, but it's actually a kind of just a little time-saving step that you can try. Okay, so now I don't care about this. This just came along, but this strip has its square piece on the right. So that means I need to find one that needs it on the right, which is right there. Okay. So I'm going to there we go. Turn it down. Make sure everything's lined up here. Okay. So there's the slot. And you can see that scary looking piece of the white face, but there you go. No harm done. So what's left is a strip of 3 with a long one and 2 small ones. And we'll be done. Okay. Here's the the one corner piece. Okay, and the last corner piece. There it is right there. And again, I can take advantage of the fact that I need to move this strip down. Yeah. Okay. So I'll get everything back oriented properly. So all I did with that last move is I just moved the assembled strip up a little closer to where we need it. So there's the assembled strip. There's the slot it's going into. And there we go. Right. First ring done. Time to do the second ring. And you can see that some of those pieces I actually need. So you have to kind of keep that in mind as you're doing this stuff, because if you don't, they're very hard to find once you get the face filled in. Pieces that are in the wrong, in one of the outer rings can sort of disappear when you're looking right at the face. Okay, so for this next bit then, we're going to need a long middle one and two outer ones, one there and then one on the other side. Okay. Right there. And there's the other one that we need. So what I can do is just put it up, push this up here. Now, and then I have to put the strip back. Now, it would be tempting to turn this face back, but keep in mind that this piece of the strip came from below, and once we start assembling the puzzle, then this piece of the strip would actually belong to something. So if I just turn this face right back, then we'd be trashing this strip. We can't do that. So you do have to be very careful about that. It is very tempting to just to sort of take a little shortcut there, but we don't want to do that. Okay, and I'll mention that a couple more times, and you'll see it, especially as we get to the top half of the puzzle, where all of the strips that we move up come from the bottom half already completed. Okay. Yeah, so you see that belongs to the yellow as well. So we cannot turn the top. Right? You can only turn the bottom. And just that, those are the sorts of things that you kind of get experience with. Hopefully, maybe watching a tutorial will speed up that experience, and you don't have to find out the hard way. Okay, so I'm going to put this strip right in here, and that'll be nice because it'll take out those pieces at the same time. Okay, and see, I just didn't quite line up that middle layer, and that's why it was snagging. Okay, so there we go. We put that in, and I got out a bunch of pieces at the same time. Okay, so I'll do another one of those, and that'll be really cool. Since I'm here and we have that one, I'm just going to go ahead and take it out. Now, the trick is to make sure that you have a clear strip that you can put it into, or that you can put into the face when you do that. There we go. Okay, so that worked out reasonably well. Not great, but okay. Okay, and now I'm looking for one that's looking for this one right here. There it is. Okay, it's right there. Now, you know, I've turned that into a 1 and 3, which I would need later on, and you could say, well, maybe I'll keep it, but you know, to me it's just more trouble than it's worth to keep something like that around, especially this early in the solve. But, you know, we all play this game the way we want to play it, so if you'd like to do that, then, you know, you could, certainly. Okay, personally, I just put it in, and then I'll just knock that piece out later on. Okay, so now that I have that, then my next bit is going to be a strip that has 2 and 1, okay, and a strip that has 2 and 2, and another strip that has 2 and 2. So let's do the one that has 2 and 1 first. Yeah. Let's see, what have I got here? I need some that are on the inside. There we go. Okay, so that was 1 on the inside. Let's see here. Okay. And this is the possible tedious part about making a video about how to solve these things, because basically some of it is going to be me just not being able to find a piece. And but okay, I'm finding a whole bunch of left pieces, so I'm not really sure why that's the case. There's the right piece. So all I did there was to just put one together, and of course now I'm going to break that, but oh well, who cares? Okay, oh, what did I just do? I just did something kind of ridiculous, really. Okay, I was working on this one, and then I found this one, but that's okay, because I have a lot of left pieces anyway. I had a lot of left pieces. Where are they gone? There's one. Okay. You know, just whatever. There we go. So yeah, so I was working on one, and I accidentally put the piece on the wrong one, but because I only had one piece on it anyway, it doesn't make any difference. So now that's the one I'm working on. So what I was trying to do then was make a strip of 2 and 1 and 2, right? So it was 2 on one side and 1 on the other. So I just need to find a piece, either a piece there or a piece there. And it doesn't matter which one. There's what I'm looking for right there. Okay, and with that, we'll have that strip done. Okay. So now if it happens that you're working on your puzzle and you find that you've managed to take a chunk out of a face by accident, what you can do, the way to fix it is to use the techniques for the last 2 faces to fix it. That's probably the easiest way. Sometimes you can just undo the couple of bad moves you made and get it fixed, but if not, you can treat it like a 2-face, like the last 2 faces, and you'll see that when I do the last 2 faces. Let's see, so that we can't use that. So this has 2 here, so it goes right there. So I'm going to turn this right here, move piece up. There you go. Now hopefully I'm not going to make that mistake of trashing the face here. But if I do, then you'll get to see it. But actually, if you look at my time lapse, there is a point in the second half where I'm doing the top faces where I trashed the face, and I had to go back and fix it. But it goes by fairly quickly. So, okay. So, so I did my strip. So now what I'm left to do in this middle ring is 2 and 2 and 2 and 2. Okay, so full strips. Yeah. Yeah, so one of the complaints about this puzzle was that it was very expensive. And so I kind of like big puzzles. I don't remember being particularly shocked or surprised by the price, but I know some people were. So I am kind of curious to know how many people really were really put off by the price. Maybe didn't buy the puzzle because of that. So I got that. I'm just assembling it as much as I can here. Okay. And what I did there was I had to knock a piece out of that strip that actually belongs here. Which is that one right there. Actually, oops, no, that wasn't it. Okay, I made a mistake. I didn't need that piece. Okay, well, as things are kind of getting down to the wire here, I have 2 here, and I have 1 over there, so I better get cracking here finding these pieces. Yeah, becoming a bit of a challenge to find them. So there must be a bunch. Yeah, here's a bunch up here. That's what I thought. Oh, there's another one. Okay. So how am I going to get all these pieces down? Alright, I'm going to move that strip up. And of course that's my... Okay. There we go. So there's 2 pieces on this face that we need. Alright. Okay, and just temporarily I'm going to move this strip up. Just to make it easier because there's 2 pieces to put on there. Okay, so I've done that one. That was an inner piece. That's another inner piece, so I guess that probably belongs to the other strip. Okay, and so I just need 1 more piece that belongs there. Okay, and there's one of the pieces I need right there. I don't know that I can really get it out. So I'm just going to put it on this face. I suppose if I really tried hard, I could probably get it right into the strip, but I'm not in that much of a hurry. I just don't want to make any mistakes here, or any big mistakes. Okay, so there you go. That was a good example of where the piece that I needed was actually hiding right within the face that I'm working on. It is very hard to recognize them sometimes. So I'm going to put it right there. Bring that strip up. The reason I like to bring the strip up is that then once you turn the piece down, you're done with the move. Okay. There you go. So, and one more completed strip, which I had already started working on that. And I remember seeing an inner piece up here somewhere. And there it is, right up there. Okay, well, it goes right there. So let's see if we can move this inner 1, 2, 1, 2. So I move the other layers back. So now this strip is has been moved to, and that piece is in place. I'm going to move this face, and now I'm going to move this strip back to 1, 2, and now I have to move the outer 3 layers back to 1, 2. Okay, and that's the sort of the standard little ritual that I do, and so you can move to, and that's the furthest move you'll have, because if it's on the bottom, you move it in the other direction by 2. Let's see here. One last piece. It goes right in there, and there's only one of those left on the puzzle. So let's have a really good look around. Dark yellow, and it's in that inner ring. Not quite. That's the one right there. So it's close, but not it. Not on that face. Okay, so my next yeah, that's the one there. Alright, go up to the top. There it is right there. Okay, now I've lost track of the strip that I was assembling, but that's okay. It's around here somewhere. There it is. Now I'm just trying to figure out where it would be better to move the piece or the strip, and I think it's actually better. There's the. I think I probably move both of them. Okay. So I'm going to move that up. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to go down there. And even though I could probably put this in from 2 moves away, I'm not going to. I'm just moving it to the face adjacent to where we go. Here we are. Okay, just so it's a little clearer about what I'm doing here. So one last one that belongs there. That's the piece that's going in. Okay, it's safe over here now. I know this looks like it's something, but it doesn't really matter at this point. I suppose if I really wanted to save it there, I could move it out of the way, but I think sometimes more trouble than it's worth to save those strips, pieces. Okay, and there we go. So that was that inner ring, middle ring, and now we're just going to do the outer set of strips. Same thing, middle with 2, and a middle with 2, and then 1, 3, and 2, and 2, 3s, and 3s. Okay, I'm glad I saved that bunch of strips now because it's going to save me a bit of effort. But if I do that, I have to just kind of save that because I can't put it in right now. I need my 2 and 2. So, don't know if it really helped me much. That would help me where I have 2 of them together. Okay. This part seems to be going maybe a little faster just because it does. These are the last dark yellows on the puzzle, and it's getting, and they're on the outer ring, which is, I think, a little easier to find things on. And I think each face gets just a little quicker as it goes. Okay, so I have my 2 and 2 now. And I'm checking around, and here's one where there is a piece that we're going to need, so I'll use that one to take it out. And put it in. Okay, so that was my 2 and 2. And yes, I do have a habit of turning the face back, which is really unnecessary, but it sort of helps me to keep track of the puzzle by keeping all the faces kind of as the same as possible. Turning it back. Strictly, it's not really necessary. Alright. So now this piece could go. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put that up and just use it. That's the middle that I need, so I'll make another strip of 2. Okay, so that one. And then that one. Okay, so that strip, I just need some inner ones now. There's one inner one. And so you see, what I'm trying to do anyway is work right next to the face that I'm building, as much as possible. Okay, look, I have this one and that one, so I'm set. Okay, so the first one will be that. Yeah. And it's that inner layer that's the hard one. Turn, it is breaking in, but still a little stiff. After breaking the puzzle in for a little while, I tightened it down a bit, and it's essentially I'm re-breaking in that layer. So there's the strip of 2 and 2. There's my first strip, so it's going to have to go, you know, on either side. It doesn't really matter. I can put it over there, then I don't have to turn the face. Look at that. Okay, and a 3 and 3, a 3 and 2, and a 3 and 3. Now, remember that strip of 3, and I had the center already done? I don't see it anywhere. And that really is the problem with making these, pre-making them. It's pretty easy to get them, to have them get munched up. Put in the old wood chipper, so to speak. So that's why I'm not really keen on making more than one strip at a time, and you know, trying to keep it, because you have to keep track of it, and it's hard for me. Now, everyone's different, and if you have a better memory, a better short-term memory than I do, then you would definitely you know, be able to make use of that technique. Alright, well, I have 3 and 2, so I just need one more on that side, and I'll have it. And there's my one more. Okay. Now, this is a kind of cool thing because that's right there. So if I turn this up here, if I were to move this strip over, then it would be in that position. So I can just turn this down one turn. Okay. Bring the strip over. So it's 1, 2. Okay. Turn the strip that I'm looking to replace and bring it back. Okay, and that's slid in there very nicely. And that's actually the very technique we use on the top quite a bit. I'm bringing strips in from the side and from the top like that. Okay, one more set of 3 and another set of 3, and we're done with the second face. And yep, pace of our solving will just accelerate from there. Oh, look at that! I found my my strip. I gave up on it too soon. I thought it was done for. Oh well. Okay, so I think that's the one that I need right there. Okay, so now normally I use just the tips of my thumbs to turn the top layer, and so what happens is when it catches, then I have to kind of wiggle things around and dig in and try and figure out what's stopping me here. Okay. In case you're wondering what happened there, I was just confirming that I'd moved the right layer back because I just kind of lost track of it. And it's no problem if you just look and you can see if you've trashed a layer or not. Okay, so that's a strip of 3. I can move this one right up 2 layers. 1, 2. Turn around. 1, 2. Beautiful. One more. Okay. Okay, so that's an inner one. There's the one I need. Quite a few of them that are already there. Okay, so any yellow that I see, any dark yellow, is going to belong to that strip. Okay. And that one, those 2 actually belong to that strip as well, so I'm just moving them out now. And now that one can come down there. And that one can come over there. Still in there. This is probably the most intimidating part of learning to solve, is where you see chunks of your other faces like that. But and it seems to me, anyway, more so than big cubes. But you know, maybe I'm just so used to working on big cubes it doesn't impact me as much. I don't know. Okay. Now this is a tricky one because that's a different color yellow. Actually, it's a sort of a cream color. Not so bad though this time. It's the 2 pinks that are I really wish there was a nice deep purple on one of the faces instead of a pink, but the second pink. Alright. Now, I'm looking for one piece, and this actually should be pretty easy to find because it's a corner. It's basically in the very corner of a face. So, okay, not there. There it is. Okay, so there's the white, there's the yellow. That's actually my working face, so I'm just going to bring the strip we're working on to just above it. Okay, that was 2. I have to be careful because this is such a long strip. And then 1, 2. Okay. Alright. My corner. There we are. I don't have to turn the face back. It's a bit of a bad habit. There's where it belongs. And voila, the yellow's done. So white, yellow, next will be the blue, and we'll have the first 3 faces done. Right, so we're ready to do the 3rd face, and this is in keeping with my goal of going counterclockwise around the white face on the bottom. So that's going to be the blue. We need a solid blue strip. I have one right here, and I'll just move the slice down. There you go, first strip in. We don't have to worry about those other ones. So there's a few strips we can use. We have to get an inner piece and join it up. And as you see, this is exactly what we've been doing on the other faces. The difference now is we have 2 fewer faces to look for pieces on, and so it's actually easier, and it just basically just continuously gets easier as we go along. I'm going to do this in a sort of a systematic way to avoid having problems with ruining faces that we've already done. Okay, so I have my white to my left. I have the yellow on top, and then kind of my blue face, the face I'm working on, is just in front of me, and I'll just go along there, and then my working area will be over here or below. It doesn't really matter. There we go. All right. Okay, so there's another one. Okay. Okay, and I'm just going to go ahead and put that on the face adjacent. I could do it in a 2 step or in a 2 face move, but don't need to. So this is on the right, so I need one that's on the right, which is right there. Okay, so this slice comes down. Okay, gotta line things up. Alright. Okay, and I assure you it's a lot easier than I'm making it look, just because of my awkward angle and all the lights making it harder for me to see. Alright. Yeah, this is just a fun puzzle. If your idea of fun is doing what I'm doing. If you like doing this sort of thing, you're going to have a lot of fun. You do this a lot. If you would find this maybe very tedious, then you know, it's probably not going to be much fun to try and solve this puzzle. Now, I accidentally made a strip of 3. Because I only have one more to put in and then I'll need it, I'm just going to leave it But I've already said that I find usually trying to save them is more trouble than it's worth. All right, there's my one strip. And basically I'm looking for one piece, and it'll actually be on one side or the other. I don't know which side. Let's see, actually I guess I'll have a choice, won't I? Okay, I'm just making sure it's not in here. It's not. Okay, that one's already done. Alright. Where is it? This is the game. Okay, there it is. Alright, so there's the piece. There's the face. So I think I'm better off bringing this other piece down a bit. Okay, there it is. And we'll just get that into position here. And I'm going to just do that little trick I did before and use the reverse slice move to move the strip down that I need. And let's see, that's on the right, which means that one. So bring that up. And so we have to put the piece in there. That's 2 steps. 1, 2, bring it down. Nice, eh? There we go. And that's where we're headed. So I don't even have to really reposition anything. I can just move this slice over. Okay. Turn it around and move the slice back. Okay. Okay, take a quick look. Yellow's still good, white's still good. No problem developing a habit to check every once in a while, especially when you're just getting started. If you find you trashed a face early on, it's pretty straightforward to fix it. Well, next is going to be this middle ring, and we'll do exactly what we did. Now I notice we already have quite a few pieces in the middle ring. That's not surprising given that the amount of real estate we have left on the faces is dwindling. So I just knocked one of them out. I'm not going to bother with the rest of them until a little later. Okay, so what do I need here? I need 1 and 1. I don't need 2. I just need 1 and 1 for this first go. They're all the ones I'm seeing are on the wrong side again. Yeah, even that one. That's funny. There we go. It was right there. Yeah, see, when I'm solving it, normally I hook my fingers on the other side to square everything up, and so it just it's a little more awkward doing it this way, but it still works. All right. Okay, so I'm just gonna set up another one. Yeah, probably just as easy. This strip here. Okay. So there's some there. Yeah. So I'm sure that there are people who prefer to watch people solving puzzles than to do it themselves. Might enjoy watching someone solve a puzzle. And I wonder just how many people out there. I know there's some, because you know, I do get those requests, but just sort of wondering how common that is. Okay, I'm sort of lost track of how many turns I made there, but I think it's okay, because I didn't hurt anything. Oops. All right. Well, I just. All right. So there's my two, my 1 and 1, my 1 and 1, and so now I'm going to do 2, 2 and 1, and then another 2. Okay. So I'm just going to take advantage of this moment here to get that one out, and I realize I'm putting one back, but it's in the different ring, so it doesn't affect us at all. So yeah. So yeah, it's kind of like, you know, I like watching, you know, a show where somebody's doing some woodworking or something like that. I kind of like that, and so that's the sort of thing that I think watching someone do a puzzle, it sort of might be like that, where you're just sort of watching the finished product develop, and you know, maybe watching the person's technique or whatever. So I'll watch that sort of thing. I am. Yep, red. And yeah, so I was curious to know how many people would watch puzzles being solved like that. Probably not too many TV channels that you could turn to watch that. It's one of the nice things about YouTube. It just brings so many cool things, you know, to watch. I mean, you know, if you like watching puzzles, that's great, but just so many interesting things out there that you can learn from YouTube. I learned a lot from watching YouTube in my early puzzling as I was learning how to do it, and that's one of the motivations actually for me to make videos. Kind of a pay it back kind of motivation. I was actually at a workshop one time, and the keynote speaker was talking about the learning online, and about watching videos and things like that, and what she said was that really we're all digital consumers. We all watch videos, we all watch stuff, but we really, who's the digital producer? Who's making things and putting it out there? And what she said was that we really have to do that, or else there's not going to be enough stuff to consume. Everyone just consumes, and they don't put it back. That really resonated with me. So that's where I started making videos. It took a long time. I didn't immediately start, because making tutorial videos is very challenging, and learning how to do that took me a while. I'm still learning, but you know, I think I have it down to the point where I can be useful to people, and make useful videos. So that's why I'm doing it now. But yeah, it was an interesting idea, and sort of hit me at the right moment. That we really have to, you know, those of us that can, obviously, should really start you know, being producers, and of course those of us that teach, it's sort of to teach our students to also be digital producers are really the sort of the key. Okay. Okay, so a lot of dark pieces on this, on the blue here, on the puzzle, the blue, and so I think I'm having just a little bit of a challenge kind of filling the blue in, recognizing the pieces, like that. There's the piece I need. Okay. Okay, so that was really tricky, moving two slices at a time, but I think I was okay. Now I just have to get this strip over to where it belongs. Aye. Okay. And so what happened there, I just did not, I just didn't quite get things lined up. Okay, and now I'm going to stop the trickiness here and just put it right adjacent to the face where I'm trying to go. So let's see, so I need a 2 and a 2. Doesn't matter which one I pick. And in case you're wondering why I went the long way around, it's easier for me to spin it clockwise than counterclockwise. That's all. Now, so there's one last of those centers. I have to find that. There it is. And these will be the last of all of the pieces that I need. Let's see. So we're near the top of the puzzle. I'm just going to head that away a little bit. Just to get a little closer to where my target is. Okay. Well, yeah. Okay, it's that's the one I'm putting in. It kind of looked like I had one there. Okay. And so what I'm doing is I'm sitting here on this face, moving down all the pieces from this face that belong to this strip. And now that I've done that, I can use that little trick that I did before to move this piece up. And actually I was trying to get a little closer to the blue face that I'm working on, but I think, yeah, I think I'm just a little further than I thought. Okay. We're good here. I just need one more piece to fill in. I thought I saw it too. There it is. No. Nope. Okay. I think that's it right there. Yeah. So this sort of puzzle is not is more the challenge is just in concentrating and keeping your kind of your energy up. It's kind of like the marathon, I think, of the puzzling world, maybe. Not a lot of training for it, but oh yeah. Yeah, it's there are puzzles where you have to maybe do less work, but you spend a lot of time thinking and doing algorithms, doing setup moves and stuff like that. I'm thinking of the Starminx, one of the Starminxes. Starminx 2, I think is what MF8 called it. Okay, so I have that middle ring done, and now we'll go and do the outer ring, and we will be done the first 3 faces, which is a major milestone. Things really pick up after that. Get a lot faster. Alright. Put those 2 in. Alright, so what I need to do here, take a look at the situation. So I'm going to have to put in a strip of 2 and 2, and I'll do that on 2 sides, and then we'll fill in the rest. Yeah, this is where I normally hook it around the outside, but my arm's just a little too far away. It's interesting, you know, to be trying to solve this from a different angle. Certainly makes me think a little bit harder. Okay, and what I'll do is, well, we need that piece right there, this piece. So I'm gonna pop that strip out. That's where we're gonna insert the new strip. There it is, and down we go. Okay, and I didn't have to turn that face back. All right, it's in. So now I'll put one of the other strips over here probably. And that'll be good. Okay, I'm going to start building on. I'll start building on this one. That other one had a piece already in, but it was a piece that we don't need for this next one, so might as well just leave it. So yeah, so I am kind of curious to know what kinds of big puzzles people like. Do you like these types of puzzles that sort of are relatively easy but take a long time, or do you really prefer the deeper puzzles that are much harder, take a lot more thinking? Maybe they're smaller. I think I like these, but I like a mix, actually. I like kind of having a variety of things to do. Okay, so that was a strip of... Okay, that was my other strip that I need. Now, if I put this piece... Okay, I'm going to move this strip up 2, 1, 2. Spin that around into that same position, and then move it back, and there it is. It went in, and I got out any XX pieces at the same time. Okay, so now I need a 3 and 3, and a 3 and 2, and a 3 and 3. I'm just bringing those pieces down. looking for now is one to fill in that adjacent slot. Piece right beside the middle. Okay, there it is right there. Okay, it's 2 away, but I think we can handle that now. Okay, that's the way it's done. I probably exaggerated it a little bit, but that's exactly what I do. Now, the only spot that we can use is that one for this full strip. There you go, full strip in. And now we need a 3 and a 2. Can't put in the 3 and 3 until we have that one. Now, so far I've been assembling things using the middle, the wide middle as a reference, but it's quite possible, and it works fine to just assemble a bunch of loose square pieces if you don't have a middle close by. Doesn't really hurt anything. Okay, I don't know what I was doing there, but it just was not happening. Okay, so there's my little tiny set of strips. And what I'll do, I'll join this one up. Okay, which means now I'm committed to joining the strip up on the left with the 3 on the left. Oops. Okay, well, that's not gonna work. All right. Well, I guess I should find the middle. Here it is. Okay, and there's one of the pieces I need. Oh. Alright, well, none of this is really wasted because all of these pieces need to be assembled one way or the other. Kind of interesting to see how quickly that one went together. Okay, I think I'm looking for a pretty unique piece right there. It's funny how I just did that. Yeah, so I made probably the last of those pieces. There it is. Okay, and that's the blue. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring that strip that I'm working on down a bit. Okay. And for some reason I thought it'd be a little closer to the, yeah. Okay, so there's my 3 and 2. And my 3 and 2 is going to be, so it's on the left. Okay, so it's 2. 1, 2. And let's take a look. Make sure I get that right. Yes, I did. Okay, and my last one is a full strip here. I started it before and I abandoned it a bit because I went to look for the center and I found the center and then was able to assemble a whole one. So there's one more center here somewhere on the puzzle of those types of centers. And there it is. And all of these pieces that I'm finding now do belong to that. Now, this is an interesting situation, is if I put this in, that piece, actually I think it'll be okay. Yeah, it came back to us here, so I'm going to put that one down. Okay, so that's a little tiny slice of what we're working on. There's the face. I'm just gonna get it a little closer. A set of strips that I assembled before. Okay, not so bad. I think there's just one that I might have got in the wrong spot. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I'll just... Oh, nope. It's good. 2. And I gotta use this 2, and including the strip I'm working on. Okay, one more blue corner should be pretty easy to find. I said it was going to be easy to find, didn't I? Alright, well, the first thing I'm going to do is check. Yeah, that one's good. Alright. There it is. Okay, so that strip right there. And we're done. Okay, so that face, check the other ones, we're good. White, yellow, blue, next one's going to be red. We've done the first 3 faces. The next 3 will go even quicker, and that'll be the bottom half of the puzzle. So I'll come back and we will start the red face. So we're back and ready to start with the next face, which is face number 4. Have the first 3 faces done already. Started with the white and we're going clockwise. Yes, I did go back and look at the video clockwise. And now it's time to do face number 4 here, the red face. And we can use the top unused face as our working face. So we're going to go this way and we can actually use these faces as we work. Now when we start, I see I have a pair of inner pieces. We can use those, but we can't use them right now. We need to replace those with a single piece, and this can actually be done quite easily. We have a single piece here. I'm just going to move it out of the way. Okay. I'll move this slice up and put the single piece in. There we go. Now I can put this back, this long piece in the corner center. The corner's on the left, so I'm looking for one on the left. There it is. Okay, I don't have to move it out of the way because it's not going to interfere. And there we go. So I have my first 2 pieces in. This part's going to go fairly quickly because the number of faces is reduced. The number of pieces to look at as we're trying to find them as reduced. actually by 3 faces. And so just the whole thing starts to pick up, and it's exciting to be you know, working on the second set of 3 faces on the bottom half. Things changed a little bit on the top half. The sort of the way we assemble things, or the place where we assemble things, changes a bit, and that's really you know, things, you know, even though it's a long solve and there's a lot of repetition, things do change. It's not like you do the one thing for the whole time. Now you notice I use that tricky maneuver where I move that red one back on the slice when I was putting the slice back. Always have to make sure that we're not affecting the other faces. And I put the slice up, and then I put the slice back. So that's how it's done. Now I just need 3 of the strip of 3 on the red. Okay, well, we have one that's almost done. I'm going to take this, I'm actually going to put it right on the very top. And I have to move it out of the way. Okay, and don't forget to put everything back. Can't forget to put everything back. Okay, so there's the other red that I need. And okay, sorry about that. I hear something knocking there. Yeah, so I normally take a break after the first 3 faces, and then do the second 3 faces, and then take another break. The way I've videoed this, I had to take breaks after pretty much all the faces for the first 3, but I should be able to do this, to do the next 3 all in one go. I have my coffee here. Okay, so it's kind of neat. I have a dark green strip there, but I'm not going to be able to use that. Okay, next ring, a wide one, and then 2 of the smaller ones. There's one that's almost done, and I can actually see the right corner for it. So I'm just going to move that up, and whoops, what did I do there? Okay. Alright, let's make sure, yeah. Okay, I put back the wrong slice, which that does happen. Okay. Now I can't turn that. I gotta be very careful. There we are. So there's the piece I need. And I don't have to work on the top. I can work on the side as well, because we're actually going this way. So these 2 pieces are 2 faces are available for use. So I'm going to move that slice over across the top, and this is a technique actually that we'll use quite well in the second half. The only problem really is it requires a good grip on the puzzle. Oops, too many, I moved too many, the wrong slice. It requires a good grip on the puzzle, and I don't have a really good grip on it. So there you go, I put that one in. And just gonna keep on doing that. Okay, wherever I can find one. Really. I would have liked to use that trick to move this slice up top, but I don't. It's on the wrong slice now, so I can't do that. Okay. Okay, so I have that. I'm gonna bring it up, and gotta remember to put it back. Okay, so this extra one is just an accident. Don't really need it. so we'll have to get rid of it before we get too much further along. Actually, I think, can I do this now? Yeah, I think I can do it now. I just need a strip to put in that's clear of red ones. That one's clear of red ones, so I'm just going to push it out of the way. There we go. Let's see, I think I outsmarted myself here. Let's try that. There we are. Oh, right. There's a side one. Just don't want to spend a lot of time looking for pieces, because that's where it's easy to lose a lot of, or spend a lot of time, lose it. So I just try to pick the first piece and then that I see, and try not to get distracted by better pieces that you see as you're setting up. Otherwise it'll just be very time consuming. So this one's already set up for us, so it'd be kind of cool. Actually, I'm gonna need one more piece on the side of that one, either side, there or there, so it doesn't matter. So let's see if I can find one. If I can find one right here, yeah, I can. Then I can do what I was thinking about, which is, whoops, what did I do? All right, I had the wrong, I had the wrong row there. Hey, the wrong ring. Oh, okay. Well, that one's there. So let me just. Right, so I have that, and let's see, the strip of 2 is on the left. So, and it's on this slice right here. So the strip of 2 is on the left. Then I guess I need it to go in there. So how would I do that? Well, I can actually bring it down. 1, 2, 1, 2. Bring the outer layers up, and I got that wrong. 1, 2. The strip is on the left. Oh no, it's on the right. Alright, I don't know my left from my right. I don't know. Alright, 1, 2. There it is. So I brought it down, and now I have to be really, really careful. I'm going to turn this face, the receiving face, and now 1, 2, and then we bring the outer 2 layers back. You can try and move a single layer. It is a little awkward just to move single slices, but depends on where it is and just how good your grip is on it. So we're getting there. We're starting to fill in this second ring. So now I need a full strip, and then I need another full strip. So that's kind of a good little position to be in. We have almost a full strip right here. Look at that. That's awesome. I don't know how that happened, but I'll take it. Okay. And as a matter of fact, that's probably more than what I need. Alright, so I have my white and my yellow, so the reds are right here. So this strip is quite a long way away from where we have to get to. So I'm just going to... Whoop. Alright. do. Okay. And so I can put it in. It doesn't really matter which way it goes. There's one extra piece on that strip that I don't need, but I can just kick that out when I start the next one. Alright, there we are. And, okay, so one more to go. And as a matter of fact, I can see that's one that belongs there. And that's one that belongs there. So I'm just going to go ahead and put those together. And let's see, are there any other ones that I can find? Nope. So, of course, the number of pieces in that strip will be getting smaller and smaller as we go along here. There's only one strip, or sorry, that in that layer, the number of red pieces, because there's only one set left. Okay. See now. Okay, those are all outer ring pieces, and now I can. This is a good position to be in, right beside the red where I need to go. That's my working face where I'm assembling it, and here are all the little bits and pieces of that face. Okay, and that's a pretty typical way of doing it. Okay, you see, I'm having trouble at this point. See, normally I'm a little closer, and I have a bit better grip on the top. You see, so that's why I'm having just a little better trouble moving that top layer. Because I sure don't want to give the impression that this is a really difficult puzzle to move, because it really isn't. We're going down, right? Okay. And you know, it is a little catchy and it is breaking in, but you know, for the most part it works quite well. Okay, and there's the last one there. Actually, I'm just gonna, so that was two. And what have I done here? Okay, didn't mean to do that part. So now I can move that out of the way, and I can just put everything back there. All right. So what I'm going to do, because these pieces are, we're going to be needing these in our next step, I'm just going to go ahead and put two out, two layers, and then bring them back. And that way we got rid of some of those that we didn't need in there. And I'm going to just kick out that piece as well, and replace it with a clear outer layer strip. There we go. So I've done the innermost two layers, and now the outer layers, and you see this is all clean, so I don't have to look on here for pieces to assemble. So we'll need 2 and 2 as usual, and I have a good start on that right here. Okay, and this is where I have to switch gears a little bit, and remember that I'm now in the outer ring, and I would suggest that this could be, you know, where things get a little tricky when you're changing layers that you're working on. Okay, so I'm just assembling that strip right now. Okay. That's way more than I need, but it will do. Okay, and I just kicked out that extra piece because we're working on this ring anyway. Alright, so another strip of 2 and 2 to be made. Okay, there's this is a pretty classic way of working on the gray face, building a strip. Okay, and I'm just going to then go around and look for pieces that I need, and I think I have both of them right on this face here. Now, the reason I don't use the gray face, the topmost face, for all of my piece building is just that it's more convenient to be a little closer to the targets. That's all. It's now I just have to move it down, and yeah. Okay. So, you know, if I played my cards right here, I suppose I could do this all in one go, but you know, it's really not, it's not necessary, and it's actually, I'd have to turn the top face a couple of turns anyway, so it doesn't really save me anything at this point. Okay, so that one, and then so I can either put it there or there, it doesn't matter. I'll put it there. Okay. Yeah, and I'm going to stop doing those unnecessary face turns. It's just a habit. It's a habit that I adopted for good reason. But anyway, it's unnecessary, and it takes up time. So all I did here was put this wide center on the top, because I had a whole bunch of pieces down here that belong to it. Rather than move the individual pieces. So I'm just going to use this face to build. Now I believe here we're going to need a shorter piece, 3 and 2 or something like that. 3 and 2. So we'll just do that one. Okay, what's it going to be? Okay, I think I've I got one more here. Oh, no, that's not going to work. So I've used up all the pieces around the sides, so I'm going to go a little further afield, up to the top here. There's some. Alright, so quite a few actually. I'm going to put this strip up. I actually don't need those two together like that, because I already picked my corner. But yeah, well, I do need that one for sure. Alright, here's the strip. Oh, actually I can use those, yeah. Well, that would be great. Well, actually I can't. Well, I didn't need them, but together. But it's all good. So what I really need is one that goes in there. Being a little pesky, is it? So yeah, so what I'm going to do, just because I already have that filled in, I don't need that one, and it's lined up with this, so I'm just going to do a little tricky thing. I'm going to transfer it, that one piece, up to this one here. And it's funny, there's only one of these left, I believe, or maybe two of them, so I need to find that on the puzzle. Okay, Okay. There it is right there. See. All right. Alright, I have that strip built, and gotta go find the red face. Actually, it's not so bad up here. So I'm just going to turn that up, bring that down. It's another way of moving pieces. Alright, let's see if I can get this right. The 3 are on the right, so I'm looking for the one that has 3 on the right. It's right there. So if I turn this up, flip this around, it should fit in there quite nicely. Ah, look at that. I guess I get lucky sometimes on these. 2 more full strips to go. And I have a good start on both of them, I think. So this gives you a bit of a preview of how we do the top layer. The top layers where we just build everything on the top or one of the sides. I'm just going to move this up 1 layer just because it's okay. Let's stop doing useless turns there. Okay. And okay, and as I was doing that, I noticed that the one right there is the correct one. So now I'm going to put that up. Okay, I couldn't just keep it where it was. We were in the middle of a previous algorithm method. You'll notice that I don't do very many algorithms, conventional cube type algorithms on this, and that's because I just like to keep things very, very simple. And really the only algorithms I do here are the Megaminx algorithms for the final layer. Okay, so I just took advantage of the fact that there was one right there that went into this strip, and so I am kind of doing 2 at a time until I get until I run out of pieces. Once I have to go hunting. Okay, so I don't want to go hunting anymore for pieces. So let's see, where's our red? Wow, red's just okay, and there's just one more corner anyway. Okay, so I'm turning that 2. There you go, 2 down. Finish that one, and now to finish that one. And there was just one piece that I was looking for, some sort of a corner type piece. Alright. It's pesky because it's hiding in the outer edges, and of course they make the recognition a little trickier because they have their own colors. And well, this is really, well, this is awkward. I'm looking really closely at that one because Alright. Oh. Whoa. Well, this is not nice. Look what I did. Looks like I did something wrong to my yellow face here. So that's no good. And in the process, I have one of my red strips. So this isn't really a problem. I'm going to go ahead and do the technique that will fix this. But it's really not a problem. When I'm not really going to explain it here, I'm going to explain it when I do the last two faces. So let's see. So I'm going to take this one out. No, doesn't matter. Okay, so we got that one piece swapped back, and I just have to find the other dark yellow somewhere and do the same thing. And yeah, that's your way of fixing those little glitches. I don't know what I did when that happened, but yeah, it does happen. You just lose a concentration for a moment, or move the wrong layer or something, and you can take a little chunk out of your face, out of your puzzle's face. So that's actually kind of funny. What? I'm just all confused now. I'm flustered or something. I don't know. What am I? Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and put this red in because I just don't want to have that piece of that strip just kind of hanging there. And well, this is great. You get to see me have to fix an error, which say it's a big puzzle. If you can solve one of these without making a single mistake, it would be great. There are puzzles that require you to do that, aren't there? And one of the reasons I tightened up my inner layers was because I had a small pop at one point. I've never had a pop in one of these Minx type puzzles, but except for this one, a piece actually came flying out of one of the layers. So I decided that's not going to help me if I'm in the middle of a big solve. Of course, in that case, it was no problems. It was just one piece, but you know, if it had been two, that would have not been nice. Okay, so I have my red face done, yay! But I have to go and find that one dark yellow that that I managed to pop out of place. It's still there, and I actually have a cream color. I'm just going to check the other faces that I've done to make sure I haven't wrecked anything, and I haven't, so it's just that. Oh well. Alright, where did my pesky yellow get to? It ran very, very far here from the looks of things. Okay. There it is. Okay. So you get a early preview of how we solved the last two faces. We don't do this technique for the whole thing because that would just take far too long. But basically, we have it. Basically, you line them up. You bring down the one you want to insert. Turn the face one turn. Bring it down again. Move it over. You bring up the strip, the original strip that you brought down, and then you bring up the second strip that you brought down, and it fixes the problem, and it doesn't hurt anything else. Pretty slicking. Okay, so that was exciting. I got the red face done somehow, and we're gonna go on now and do the green face. And I don't need a break. I'm just gonna take a sip of my coffee. I'm sure that sounds wonderful on the videos. Sorry about that. All right. Well, I'm going to just shove these two pieces out while I get this single strip in, because I can use those. Okay, so there it is, the single strip where we start. And now I'll just look around to see if I can find, there's one that's already done. Yeah, so let's just grab that here. Okay, yeah, this is a yeah, so you normally just spin the top strip with my thumb while I keep a grip on everything else, and it's just not quite working for me right now. There we are. See if I can. Okay, except for the fact that I lost my grip on the one strip, it worked, and that's what I do. All right, let's see if we can show this puzzle in all its glory. Okay, well, I didn't really have to put that up top because it was right beside. I just didn't notice. Okay, there we are. And one there. Okay. Okay, I'm putting it down like that, and then we're going back up with that one. And the green. Okay, so it's on the right, left. Yeah, it's on one of the sides. Okay, so now I need a strip of 3. There's one of them that I'll need. There's the other one. So just to kind of speed things along here, I'm just going to assemble the two. So what I did was I assembled the two corners before I find the actual strip. There's the strip I need. And I'll do here, I'm just going to move this over to this side. Okay. And so now what I'm ready to do is assemble this. Okay, and I'm going to put this assembled strip up here along with the return, and I can just go ahead, and that's the slot from the green face. Turn it around, and there we go, green all the way around. Alright, no fooling around there. I'll straight to it. So let's do the wide one and the two outer ones. So there's a wide one. Okay, I have my left hand corner. Okay. My right hand corner is right there. Alright, let's take it that way. That's fine. I was trying to turn it the other way and it was not moving. Okay. And let's see. I did that one. Okay, and what you saw is pretty much how I would typically do that with my thumb, and that's why I go counterclockwise. But you know, you just have to find a way that works well with you, the way you like to solve it. There's you know, some ideas certainly for how to do it efficiently, but you know, we just we're all free to come up with our own own way that helps us do it, that we find fun. So I need an extra one now that I've done that on one of the sides. It doesn't matter which side. And I have one right here, so I'll just actually I don't have one right here. Okay, I thought I had one. No. All right. Well. Okay, now I do have one. Okay, so there's my strip that I need, and okay, there it is. So put it up. Okay, and the strip. Okay, so it's on the right there. And I'm gonna turn 2 layers because there we go, just to get rid of some of the other ones. Okay, I'm ready to do a strip of 3 and another, or sorry, 2 and 2 and 2 and 2, and that'll be that for the middle ring. So I'm on the gray face now, assembling a piece, and there's a piece I need. And as tempting as it is to just turn the face without putting that slice back, that's where things will go wrong on the other side of the puzzle. If you forget. Okay. So what I need is, I think, a very specific piece that's in one of these corners. That's not it. That's not it. So I try and imagine people out there watching me do this and go, ah, the piece is there, and then you see it as it goes by. Okay, and yeah, this is the thing that I'm so used to doing with my thumb, and it's not working quite yet. So there's my strip that I need, and my green is over here. I'm just a little disoriented. Still. put this one up over here. There we are. One more. Okay, there's the piece. Don't know that there's a lot left on this side of the puzzle to go with that piece. Well, there's some. Okay, not so bad. Okay, well, I guess that was worth putting it up there. Okay. Okay, so we're only looking for pieces in the middle ring right now. And I think that's about it, so I'm going to move it closer to the green here, and I think that I'll find the rest of the pieces I'm looking for. Closer to the green. So for example, that. And let's see that one right there. Yeah, and that's it. That's what I was looking for. Okay. That strip goes up. Okay, and so the middle ring for the green piece is done. I'm just going to actually there's no good place to do this. I think actually I will. I'm gonna push this strip up, and there we go, just to clear that one out. Okay, so we're on to the outer ring, and I have I need to do 4 and 4 on 2 places, so I'll get started with that. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go right up to the top here, because I know I have quite a few of those, and I'll start building right, cleaning up these ones on the far side of the puzzle. Okay, and I actually need that one, so I'm going to bring it down. Okay, and let's see, I need that one right there. So that strip went together very, very quickly. Okay, and I'll just bring this strip down. Now, I didn't need the whole thing. There is a little bit of a trick you can use if you want to lop one off on this outer side. You can sort of do it this way, bring it up, and it knocked out the end one that you don't need, and it left it up top here. So there we go. So I'll do the same thing for the other strip that I need, and I know I have quite a few of these left. Okay, I'm going to put this one up top here. Okay. Okay, and I need that one, so I'll bring it down. Okay, so I think I plumbed the depths of that face. That face, I still have pieces on. There we go. The other one I need. Okay, so I have my next strip, and I'm getting lost here. Okay, I'll bring that up. There we go. And right there. Okay, next a full strip and one with one missing, and another full strip. So let's do the one with one missing. That would be easiest, I think, right now. Okay, this can do a bit of corner cutting, maybe not that much. Kind of funny. Yeah, seem to have some little catchiness. I think that's just I haven't quite turned the layer as well as I should have. I mean, line them up, you know. Alright, where are we here? Okay, so I just need one sort of inner piece right there. I just need that one, so it's on the, just basically in one of these spots here. I think that's it right there. Okay, that's the piece I'm looking for, and now I'll just go on the hunt for the strip. There it is. I hope I got this right. I think I did. Yep, got it right. Okay, so this is where I have the 3 on the right, which would be right there. Okay. Alright, yeah, I got it right. So 2 full strips left, and that'll be that. This is what I really like about this puzzle. It starts to come together, and just kind of really just takes on a sort of like a work of art. Okay. So what I just did there was just shove the piece up that I'm going to need to the top, rather than try and cycle it around. Here's another piece, and what I'll do is I'll shove it into the same strip as that one that I just did. Okay. There we are. Okay, so this is the piece I'm assembling, and I think, yeah, that both of them are ones that I'll need. And I'm only going to put in one at a time. I suppose I could get really tricky and put in 2 strips at a time, but it's for the potential to go wrong. I just rather not fool with it. You know, okay, so I don't need that piece, belongs to the other one. So I just need a couple more. Yeah, I'm relatively, I guess, conservative when it comes to taking, the risks on puzzles, but part of it, it's not really conservative so much as, I'm using my knowledge of my own strengths and weaknesses. Short-term memory is not one of my strengths, one of my weaknesses, so I don't do very well with complex setup moves. I use a lot of visual cues when I'm trying to undo setup moves. So trying to do 2 strips at once is something that I don't do often enough to really get good at it. So that's why I just try not to take you know, that sort of risk when I'm doing puzzles. It's not just for 1 strip, it's just kind of a sort of a policy I have, which makes it possible for me to just do these puzzles. Because otherwise, you know, if you're always messing up a puzzle and not able to solve it, well, that's not very fun, is it? So I've just come up with strategies and ways for me to be able to solve these puzzles. Okay, yeah, in you know, in my own way, and it works well for me. So that's kind of my point here, is that I'm showing you some things, but you know, once you are familiar with it, if you find something a little awkward, or you find a better sequence, or you'd like to, you know, try a better sequence, by all means do it, because you know, I'm showing you the way that works very well for me. Okay, so one more. Okay. Yeah. So, and the other topic that sort of comes up sometimes in my videos, here, grab a swig, is the topic of figuring out puzzles on your own, and versus, say, watching a tutorial, like figuring out how to solve a puzzle. And you know, I'm really determined to sort of stamp out this idea that the best way to do puzzles is to learn to solve it, figure it out yourself. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think some people enjoy the task of trying to figure out how to solve a puzzle on their own. And lots of people just enjoy solving the puzzle. So if they want to solve the puzzle, they look up a solution, a tutorial, watch the tutorial, read the tutorial, and then they're able to solve the puzzle. And I think that's marvelous. I wouldn't fault anyone for that. And but there's some folks seem to think that that's not the best way to participate in puzzling. But I disagree with that. I think that we all bring our own interest to it, and if your interest is in solving puzzles, it might not be in trying to figure out how to solve them. Just and I think that's perfectly fine. So there's some puzzles that I figure out on my own because I'm interested, but there's lots of puzzles that I just want to watch a video and see how it's done. And part of it will depend on whether I have the background and the tools to figure out to solve a particular puzzle. So for example, over the holidays I was figuring out how to solve the Radiolarian 3, and I had to figure it out on my own. Well, I wanted to, but one of the reasons I wanted to is I had all the tools I needed, and I had some ideas already before I got it. So, but I don't do that for every puzzle. I don't have time to do that for every puzzle, and it would be kind of tedious to have to work out the solutions to some puzzles. So that's it. So for example, the gear ball. I don't have the gear ball yet. And when I get it, I will probably see if I can use some of my gear cube algorithms. But you know what? I'm not going to spend a lot of time trying to figure out how the gear ball works, because it's a fun puzzle. Looks like a fun puzzle to solve. And that's what I want to do with it. I don't want to fool around trying to figure stuff out with it. I'll just watch Red KB's tutorial or whatever. So anyway, those are my thoughts on figuring stuff out versus watching a tutorial. I would never give anyone any hassle with watching a tutorial because that's the way they want to proceed with their puzzling. Okay, one more. Yeah, let's see now. There it is right there. Okay, and what I'm going to do is going to bring that strip down. Okay, so I have another completed strip, and okay, and I'm just going to bring it down. I could probably do it all in one go here, but yeah, let's just watch the last strip going. There we go. So that's the last strip for the green face. So let's take a look here. White and yellow and blue and red and green going clockwise now. Last one on the bottom, pink. Okay. So this is pink number 1, which is kind of a duller pink or a less red pink. You can see that's pink number 2 beside it, so that's not the one. This one is probably going to be maybe a bit more challenging for me just because of I find it hard to tell the difference. But anyway, we'll give it a try. Okay, so I have my first big piece in, rectangular piece. It's actually a trapezoid, isn't it? Not even quite a trapezoid, but trapezoidal. Yeah. One of the myths about puzzling, of course, is that you have to be really smart to do it. And that's one of the myths that I like to try and dispel. I think that anyone can take up puzzling, and anyone can learn to solve a Rubik's Cube. You just have to want to do it. But it's true of a lot of things, isn't it? Lots of people play chess. When I was growing up, it was always thought that you had to be really smart to play chess, but lots of people play it. And it's even easier to learn now the game than it ever was, because of all the chess software out there. I even have a chess program on my iPad. So it's kind of interesting because the very first chess program I had, or the very first piece of software that I had for my Apple computer, my Apple II Plus that I got back in the day in 1979, 80 I think actually, was it was a Sargon 2 chess program. Loaded it in on tape, cassette tape, and the way that worked, whoops, alright, I gotta be, yeah, the way that worked is you started the cassette loading and went off and had lunch or supper, and by the time you were finished eating, your software was loaded in and you could play chess. You could play chess until there was a power bump, and then your computer would reset. And we didn't have UPS back then. So yeah, come a long way. Okay. Okay, so that one's on the right. Okay, so we're getting there, and then I have one more of the inner one to do. Yeah, so I think anyone can learn to solve a cube. And again, the thing that's really makes it wonderful, you know, this modern technology we have is that you can learn to solve a puzzle. You go online, watch a video, and you can keep watching videos until you find one that makes sense to you, until you find one that you look at it and you go, ah, okay, now I get it. Because a lot of times when we're trying to learn something, we figure that, well, you know, we'll watch a video or read something and have someone explain it to us, and if we don't get it, it's sort of a tendency to blame ourselves, which isn't really true. It's you know, we all learn different ways, and so it's you know, you have to sometimes find the way that makes sense to you. Alright, I'm going to move this whole slice and put that piece in. So this is my trick shot here. Okay, so I have the inner ring done. Let's check up on our other faces. Okay, we're good. So now I need 1 and 1 and the middle ones. Yeah, so that's what I sort of try and convince people, especially kids who are still in school, you know, to go off and find an explanation for something that makes sense to you. You know, people who don't get math, like, well, maybe you need a different way. You need it to explain to you in a different way. And you know, we just it's hard for especially math teachers sometimes to explain it in a way that makes sense to their students, because it's you know, we understand math a certain way. You know, if in order to be a math teacher, you have to be good at math, you have to like it, and that unfortunately changes your perspective a little bit. If you're good at something, maybe you haven't had to struggle with it quite the same way, and so haven't quite seen it from the point of view of someone that's really trying to just grasp the basics. It doesn't mean that we're not empathetic. It just means that we find it difficult to kind of see things from the point of view of the student. So yeah, so that's why I'm always on about going off and finding an explanation that makes sense to you. So, for example, if you don't quite follow my videos, I'm sure that there's a video out there that would make sense to you. And it doesn't mean that watching a video that you don't understand is a waste, because I don't think it's a waste. I think it kind of puts some ideas in your, you know, gives you some ideas. It just may not be quite, you might not be quite ready to learn a certain way. You watch another video and then all of a sudden everything else you watched suddenly makes sense when it didn't before. That aha moment, what they call it. So there we are. So we're on the last face of the bottom half, and this for me is my personal difficult face. Even more difficult because I just lost the piece I was working on. What have we done with it? Seriously. Maybe that's the one and it was wrong. Who knows? Okay. Oh, there's one. No, that's already in place. Okay. Okay, well there's one that'll work. Yeah. So this is the one that's challenging for me because of the difficulty with the two pinks. But, you know, it doesn't stop me from enjoying this puzzle. And, you know, it just, it's actually a bit of a challenge, a bit more of a challenge. Alright. Whoa. So it's kind of hard to tell what I just put in there. Oops. Kind of hard to tell what I just put in there, and I made a mistake. Sorry about that. So we already have one there, and so I can't really, I could, but it's just better to put one on the other side. And I just don't want to break up that nice little block of pieces. So, okay, so that's better. Alright, so now I'm ready to go, and I have to do 2 in 1, and then a couple of full strips. Okay. So, one of the questions I get asked from time to time is, you know, how I afford puzzles, how I afford to buy so many puzzles or whatever. The fact is, I don't really buy that many puzzles, I don't think, anyway. And puzzling is my hobby. I don't have a lot of hobbies. I do different hobbies at different times, but mostly I stick to one hobby at a time. Or maybe 2. I suppose if you consider, say, playing video games to be a hobby, I do that, but not much, just from time to time. I don't really watch TV, so you can maybe sort of take that into account if you're thinking about how much time I spend doing stuff, doing hobbies. And yeah, so that's it. So how to afford to buy puzzles. Well, go to school, study hard, get a good job, and you'll be able to buy puzzles. I do budget my puzzles. I don't buy every single puzzle that I would maybe like to buy, and I only buy the ones I really want, especially the bigger puzzles such as this. This was a major purchase for me, and I knew it was coming out, and I saved my money and planned, and so when it came out I had the money for it, and I ordered it right away. I think I was probably one of the first people to get it, because certainly my video, my unboxing video was one of the first, well, not the first one, but one of the first ones out there, and that was kind of cool. I was glad to be able to do that. So yeah, I knew it was coming out, and I planned for it. That's how I afforded to buy this puzzle. That's how I afford to buy all my puzzles. So, and you know, I make sure that I don't spend money I don't have, and yeah, that's about it. Now, certainly never go into debt for a puzzle, because it's not that important. You know, there's things that you can go into debt for, but I don't consider puzzling to be one of them, or any hobby really. Let's see here. Get this. Oh yeah. Okay, you saw that on tape. What we had here was a pop, and I'll go find the piece and put it back. Okay, so those two pieces nest together, and I'm not sure if that's a good way to put them back in, but that seems to be a kind of an easier way. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so that's, now I've learned how to do that. Okay, well, that was exciting. Now, here's the thing. I was in the middle of doing something. So let me take a look now around the puzzle and see where I was when this thing bit the dust. Okay, it looks like I haven't heard anything. So I guess I was just in the middle of putting, you know, assembling some pieces or something. So that's fine. So that's the second pop I've had on this puzzle. I just tightened up the centers. I think it's probably just sloppy turning on my part, but you know, I am curious to compare notes with other people, and that's one of the things I'm going to be doing online, to see if other people are experiencing the same issue. So meantime, I'm trying to put together the last one of these, the middle ring here, and I see some of the pieces that I need are actually in this this strip here, so that's kind of interesting to notice. Okay. Okay, so there we go. Well, yeah, okay, that was my excitement for a while, and hope I don't have any more of those. Okay, I think there's still maybe just a little roughness left and in some of these middle layers. By the way, the last piece that popped out was in that same layer, so I might even have to put maybe just a bit more lube or something in between those two layers. But anyway, we'll see what happens with the rest of the solve. Okay, so that's my my strip of. Okay, well, actually, that should be a strip of 1. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to leave that because I really only need, I need 2 more strips. And yeah, so I'll go ahead and put together the last strip, and yeah. Okay. So, yeah, just trying to put together this last strip. I just need 1 more piece on either side. As a matter of fact, it's it's the last one that I need. So, yeah, I have to really. Okay, I keep looking at that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to really look hard for this because it's there's so many other pink pieces. Once I get past this little hurdle though, it'll be fine. So I need a piece either there or there, and I don't know which one it is, which one it's going to be. I suppose I could figure it out. Actually, I can't. Actually, it's the same piece. It's just in one of these corners. Yeah, so it's going to be in one of those. There it is right there. Okay. Okay, and it doesn't matter which side I choose here. Okay, so that's my last partial strip there, and now I'm gonna find my way back to the face that we were working on. I still have the one that I assembled earlier. It's still hanging in there, which is good to see. And there we go. So I'm going to pick. So this has 2 on the left. So there's one right there. Okay, and this is a strip I want, and it's okay. I can shove it out of the way, and it'll be perfectly fine. It'll come back when I flip this around. Okay. Okay, and there it is. And as a matter of fact, what I can do is put this slot up top here, flip it around, and there we go. Okay, middle ring done on that, and the last one, and then we'll be done the last ring on this pink one, and we'll be done the bottom half of the puzzle. Okay, so 2 and 2. What I need now. Okay, well, this is going to be sort of a quick way of doing 2 and 2. 2 and 2. I'm going to use this one because it'll help us knock one out. Whoa. There we go. Okay, and I still have one in there, so I have to keep that in mind. Maybe I can just get it out right now. There we are. Alright, so another 2 and 2. And then I'll be able to start working on the final pairs. Okay, well, I ended up with more than I need, but that's okay. I'm going to use this as an opportunity to shove those ones out. As a matter of fact, I can lock that one off at the same time using that technique I showed earlier. Okay, so a full strip, and then one strip that's missing one end, and another full strip. So I'll do the strip that's missing one end first. Yeah, I'm really struggling a bit, not a lot, but just a bit with the pink 1, pink 2 contrast. It makes it like tiring, and of course that's the last thing you need when doing a big puzzle like this. Okay. Okay, almost there. Now, this one that I'm putting together here, I'll just go ahead and bring it closer to my target. I just moved it one more turn there to avoid moving some pieces I need out of the way. So now this has the long side on the right, so that would have the long side on the right. And there we go. Alright, 2 full strips, and then it will be onwards to the top half of the puzzle. Okay. It's a bit like when you go into the movies or something like that. You know, you're watching a great movie and you're having a great time, but you know, at some point you want it to end and you want to go home. These big puzzles, you know, I enjoy doing them, but obviously I do like to get them finished too. That's the point. Okay, so I'm just building this last strip, second last strip up. And just going around taking as many pieces as I can. I want to make sure I don't have any lurking in the corners of the original face. There you go, there. That's going to be perfect. This will be the last one I need for that strip. Okay, now after this, any pink 2, or sorry, any pink 1 I have on the puzzle will be belong to this last strip, and it's in the outer ring, so I can just go ahead and just assemble this fairly quickly. Of course, to be able to find the center. So there's one, there's the center right there. Okay, now I'm going to proceed. Okay, so there's the center. And yeah, there's a few pieces I can use here. It's not a coincidence that all the pieces are clustered in one spot, because remember, the number of faces we have is getting smaller and smaller. So you know, it sort of makes sense that they would end up clumped in the half of the puzzle we're not solving. So I just have the one more. Whoa, one more. And it's a piece kind of on this inside here. Okay, I'll just have to. There it is. Okay, and it's really close to the pink. So what I'll do is I'll bring this strip down. And last one. Okay, so what have we got? Well, we have the bottom half of the puzzle done. Okay, and that's it for the bottom half. I will come back and we'll do the top half. We're going to do the top half. We're going to go around, well, I guess counterclockwise. And starting with the cream color, we're going to end up with a pink and gray as the last two faces. So, time for a little break, a little stretch, and then we'll be back and we'll do the first four faces on the top all in one go. Right, well, time to get started on the first four faces on the top half of the puzzle. And we'll be going counterclockwise. Our gray is on top. We'll be starting with the yellow, and keep in mind we already have the whole bottom half of the puzzle done, so the only room we have to work is up top here. Generally I'll use the top as my working area, and sometimes I'll use the face to the right. And of course the reason I'm using the face to the right is that we're going clockwise, so the face to the right will always be one that hasn't been done yet. Okay, and otherwise it's the same thing as we've done on all the other faces, the same strategy. Start with a single large centerpiece or wide centerpiece, which I already have. And yeah, I just got pretty lucky here. I have a assembled one all ready to go here, sort of a corner and a wide center. And again, it's not really much of a surprise as we get to the end of the puzzle, because the pieces that we need are getting more and more clustered together. And if you look at this, you'll see that there's actually quite a few of the same colored pieces kind of hanging together. Now, I have one over here which is all nicely assembled for us, and I'm just going to leave that till the end because I only have one more other than that to put in, so I might as well just leave it. There's the other piece I need. Actually, I guess I have two more. Okay, so here's one, and I just saw the piece that goes with this one, so I'm just going to go ahead and put that in now. here's where it gets really critical to remember to put things back, because we can't see that bottom part of the puzzle. So if I was doing some damage to it, I wouldn't know it. And it is a good idea to check from time to time. So when the piece is on the right hand face, then we put the slot on top, move the slice over, put the slot in, and then bring it back. Okay, so that's how I do that kind of assembly. And I also use the gray face, the top of the puzzle, for assembling pieces and placing them. So this has the little square piece to the right, and so this is the slot I want. Okay, and this is this process, as you can see, goes fairly quickly. There we are. And then last is this one right here, which we already have assembled quite nicely. And I don't normally get them from the left, but in this one instance the left has not been done yet. Okay, so I now have my inner ring, and time to start putting the pieces around the middle ring. Now those two, I'm going to have to knock those out before too long, but I think we'll be alright. I can see one of the pieces we need right here. I think we can put at least one together. There we go. I'm just going to go ahead and put this one together. Okay, and now I use this opportunity to knock these two pieces out, and in fact we could probably do the same thing again with that. Okay, I do want to be careful a little bit of my turning. I don't want to pop another piece. That would be kind of aggravating, I think. And I don't think anybody wants to watch me scramble around on the floor and pick up another, look for another piece. That was funny. Yeah. Okay. So I just put the two pieces that I need right here. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I think this is what I might have done before. I just was being uncareful. Okay. I watched the video of that pop, and I see it was actually on the front of the puzzle. I guess I should have known, but it didn't really sink in right away. So I'm going to actually pop both of these out. Actually, well, it's actually not going to do me any good, so I'll just pop the one out. I was hoping that, yeah, that's pretty much what popped out right there. So, and I can see that I'm putting a little bit of strain on that layer, as if I maybe trying to turn before they're quite lined up. Okay, now so I have that one and that one, so now I need a strip of a 2-in-1 and then a couple of full strips. So let's just go ahead and get that 2-in-1 sorted out here. Wow, this entire layer is filled with pieces that I'm going to need, but anyway, I'll just get that one. There we are. Okay, and kind of interesting. I'm not quite sure. Alright, I did something rather interesting there. Who knows? Who knows what I did? Okay. Okay, and so that's my 2-in-1 right there. And let's see, they're on the left, so I have to have one that has the 2-in-1 on the left, which I guess is that one. Okay, and okay, something just didn't quite go there. Okay. Okay, I think it's going to have to be that one right there. I think I just picked the wrong one. Okay, that's better. And I'm going to just pop that piece out because we'll need it. I finally have a clear middle layer strip there. Okay. Just okay, and okay, that didn't work. Let's see. Yeah, I need actually another one of those 2-in-1s. So, and that'll do right there. No, I need a full one there. And a full one there. Nope, I guess I'm good. I got my. Okay. Now I think I can get that one out of there. Well, that did not work out at all. I ended up putting one back in. Strange, eh? Okay, so now I have one of those, and I shouldn't be having any problems finding pieces here because alright, so there's my 2. Go right there. Okay, and yeah, I need another 2-in-2. So I guess I better find that middle one. It has to be up here somewhere. There it is. Okay, and I can already see many of the pieces that I'm going to need. And they're up top, so I'd rather have the piece I'm building on the top. It's a little more awkward, I think, to be bringing pieces down here, but it's not so bad. Just have to remember not to remember to do the turns properly. Yes. Okay. And so this piece, I'll just put it up top. Well, that's not it. And I can take advantage of that return move and put my piece on top, which is where I want it. Okay, And there we go. So now I have that ring done. I deserve a sip of hot chocolate here. Okay, one more ring for the yellow face. And I need 2 and 2 on 2 sides. I have one that's almost completely done. I have one that's even more, even further along. Let's see that. Yeah, that's got to be just alignment, and what it has to do, I think, is, yeah, there we go. And I'm sure it has a lot to do with me having my arms right out at the very limit of my reach. Yeah, I suppose I'll get better at doing it this way as I proceed. The main problem is I keep not putting my whole hand over the top of it. Okay, I did have a very nice set of almost completely done ones here. Okay, so that was 2 layers. And now I'm just going to do 2 layers over here as well. Huh, that's kind of funny. I was trying to only do 2 layers, and I just coincidentally popped a piece in there. But that's good. I can actually use that one. Let's see. Yeah, I can actually use that one. So even though I'm not quite ready for it, well, I'll go ahead and use it anyway. Okay, so that was good. So now I still, basically I still need 2 part ones, and I think that's the effect of using one that I wasn't entirely ready for. All right, there's my middle one here. What I'm going to do. Okay, and I just need one more on one of the ends of this. Doesn't matter which end. Okay, so the long side is on the right, so I need to use this one right here. The whole thing goes up. Okay. And there we are. Okay. So now I need one more short one and then one full one. Okay. And you see how much faster it is to find pieces. They just, yeah, actually what I'm going to do, bring that down. They're so concentrated now in these top few faces, and it's just going to get even more. Okay, and I'm going to put this one up. Okay. So, okay, I'm not gonna break up that one. Okay. Yeah, there you go. I put my hand over the top of it, and moved a lot better. So I think I figured out what I might be doing here with this. Yeah, that's the thing about puzzles, you know. You want to be able to, you know, solve them quickly, and you don't want the puzzle slowing you down. I don't think anyway. So there's my other strip, and the long side again is on the right. So we'll be able to do that. Yeah, I'm still having trouble turning it counterclockwise. It's not as easy. Okay, last strip. Okay, there's the piece. And right now, any of those cream color that I see are going to belong to that. And, okay. Quite easy to be very efficient when all your pieces are in such close proximity. Alright, let's try that counterclockwise again. And there we go. So that's the first face on the top layer. We're going to go counterclockwise, so the next one will be blue. Now what's interesting is that the blue already has some pieces in place. It's just a pure random thing, and these two are correct, but that one is not. But that's okay. I'll just put a proper piece in place and knock it out at some point. Okay, and let's see. Okay, so that would have, it's not quite the right side for that particular piece, but that's alright. We'll get it. No rush. Okay. As a matter of fact, there we go. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put it up like that. Okay. There we go. And now that's on the left. Okay. And so now we have one more strip with which has 3 pieces in it. Okay, there's one of them. There's the wide part. So that was one, and then I saw the other one over here. Okay, so my 3 are set. They go in there. Yep. Yeah, there we go. Got the first ring there done. Put in my second ring real quick here. So you can imagine that if someone maybe set out to do the Petaminx and hadn't, maybe they got terribly bored after the first couple of faces, they might not maybe even realize that it does pick up, and it's not all, it doesn't take as long after the first go around there. And so that's another way that the tutorials can kind of help. You can sort of, if you're thinking of buying a puzzle, or if you're thinking about, learning a puzzle, you can watch a tutorial, a video, a solve video, demonstration solve, and give yourself a sense of what it's supposed to look like, and what you're in for. Which is one of the reasons why I make both tutorials and demonstration solves, because I think that some people don't really need a tutorial, or don't really want to see a tutorial. You just want to see what it looks like. So that's so we kind of cater to people of whatever their interests, I guess. I don't know if you noticed it, I just peeked down below to have a look at which slice I was on, and that's part of my short-term memory, sort of a support for my short-term memory, and all those little tricks that I use, and yeah. Alright, so I had 3 and 2. I'm not sure that I really need the third one, but anyway, I'll take it. No, I really didn't need the third one, but I'll go ahead and put this in right here. There we go. Okay, and then I need 2 and 1, and maybe another 2 and 1. Okay. Like that scary looking chunk of the blue face coming out there, eh? And you see, that's sort of something that just, when you first start it, it's when you first start on the top, you don't see that. It appears. Okay, so that one's partially done, and I want to try and hang on to that if I can, and see if I can just kind of assemble another one here from the bits and pieces on this face. I think I have enough. I think it was a 2 and 1 that I needed anyway. I'll take a look. Okay, so a 2 and a 1. So my 2 is on the left, so it's going to be that one right there. There you go. Okay. So yeah, so I was talking about hobbies before, and sort of how I afford to pay for my hobbies, and I just basically talked about the fact that I budget for my big puzzle purchases, and well, all of my puzzle purchases really. It doesn't mean I can't just, if I see a really cool puzzle, and I can certainly get it. It's just that it goes against whatever future puzzles I was gonna buy. So I guess you could say that I budget for the unexpected puzzle as well. But for the most part, I try to plan these very carefully. Alright, so there's a 2 and a 1, and I think that's what I need. Actually, no, I don't. I need a 3 complete. Okay. So And then, of course, you know, if I have other hobbies, I have to think about that. I was just thinking about what hobbies I have. I don't have a lot. Certainly don't have a lot that I spend a lot of money on. I'm very keen on photography. I like that. But I don't, you know, I buy a new camera every once in a while. I don't really spend a lot of money on that. I, you know, recently spent like $120 to upgrade my Photoshop and my Premiere Elements video editor. Okay, so I have this this ring done here. And yeah, and I have a relatively inexpensive video still camera, which I used for a long time to make tutorials. Okay, so we're going to do this. And oh, maybe I would have liked to have a digital camera sooner than I did, but I waited, saved up for it, and then when I found one that was on sale, that's when I bought it. After Christmas, after the holidays here. And that's, you know, so that's sort of an example of sort of budgeting and being careful. So yeah, so I got my camcorder. But that's, you know, a good combination of both photography, my photography hobby, and my interest in puzzles and making puzzle videos. So, and then my other, perhaps one of my other hobbies that I kind of like, I like playing video games. Now right now I use a PC. I built a fairly decent gaming rig a few years ago. Again, I was kind of saved up for that. And it went a long time between gaming rig upgrades, I assure you. It was about 7 years, 6 years, something like that. It was a long time. The rig I had was just, I could barely run Word. Okay, some more of these for another 2 and 2. And then, yep, there's another 2 and 2. So, and when I built my gaming rig, and it was really good, and it turns out it's a good video editing rig as well. Just happens to, you know, I guess it's the same kind of capabilities that you need. So, now what I'm sort of looking at is that not a lot of games, all the new games seem to be for consoles, and I've never had an Xbox or anything like that. So I'm sort of thinking that that might be something that I upgrade to this year. So I'm looking for sales and for, you know, something like that. And, you know, I'm still not 100% sure, because I know now they've announced new consoles, both Microsoft and Sony. So I'm thinking about it very carefully. Now, again, you know, the video gaming, there's actually a good reason for it, aside from just actually, I'll put that one up here. There's a good reason for it aside from just you know, being entertained. I work with kids, and one of the things that's really, you know, great when I meet kids and I'm talking to them is being able to, you know, have them relate to me a little bit, or being able to relate to them. And so I find that, you know, knowing a little bit about the latest games and having played them is kind of a very useful thing. And so for years, you know, I've you know, talked about Halo and Call of Duty and some of these other games, but increasingly they're playing games that I just can't play on my PC and I haven't seen. So that's you know, that's a reason as well to upgrade. So it's just sort of a professional, personal thing, and in a way, I suppose my photography is the same way. I take a lot of photographs as I travel around and do my job, and those photographs are used just about everything, every advertising or every brochure my employer puts out has some of my photography in it, I'm sure. So yeah, so that's sort of a way to combine both my professional and personal life, and that's something that I like to do. Sort of keen on it. And then really my only other hobby is I like painting. I do okay. Keeping track of what I'm doing here. I like painting acrylics, but at this point I don't have to spend any money on it, because last time I was at in a big city, well actually last year, I bought, I stocked up on paints and canvases, and again I found a sale, so I got everything I could possibly need for my painting. And even if I didn't, it doesn't cost very much to do that acrylic painting. So yeah, once you buy all this stuff, I don't buy the top quality paints, sort of the middle quality paints, and I buy them on sale. So that seems to work out quite nicely. So, and I like to paint, a canvas every year or so. I guess I don't paint that much, but yeah, it's fun. I enjoy it. It's a sort of a creative outlet, and I'm an okay painter. If I painted more, I would be better. But it's not that important to me right now. At some point, it'll probably be in the future. Maybe as I maybe start traveling less in my job, I'll probably have more time and energy to focus on the painting. As it stands, I travel so much that there we go. Yeah, I travel so much, and it just takes a lot out of me, and it's hard to come and be really creative at night when I get back from being away for a few days or week, however long. So that would be about it for my hobbies. Nothing too expensive or fancy. I don't go out to dinner. I don't go out to bars. Total, and I'm a total non-drinker, so I don't spend any money on that. And pretty boring, actually. Except that when I go home, I make big puzzles. I solve big puzzles, and I make videos. So, which is, of course, right? That's okay. And there's my missing piece right there. Now, can I actually get that? Not really. Okay, I'm just gonna. Okay, well that didn't really help much, except that it will help me to put it in. So what I did was I turned the piece around. It goes there. And now I can turn this layer and then pop that slice in. So that was just a little bit of a tricky way to finish it off. It's sort of like a trick dismount, I guess, from that face. Okay, so yellow, blue, got it. And we're going to do these two more here. to get the first 4, and then our special last 2 case. Okay, so the orange, we already have 1 strip in there, and I have one that's already nicely set up for me. Yeah. Ooh. Okay. Okay, so what I just did was I sliced over, that's the slot. I inadvertently, I wasn't planning on it, I could pretend I was, assembled a piece there, which is kind of nice. But I didn't intend to do that. Just a lucky coincidence. But in a way, I think it's, you're going to see a lot of that towards the end. Now, that slot corresponds to that. So if I just turn this out of the way and hide it, and then I turn this slice two turns. I know it seems a little tricky, but I think we can do this. Okay, so that's the slot. I'm turning this orange one into the slot. Okay, and now let me turn it around and see what I've done here. I have this all nicely done, and it went into the slot, and I just have the one left, and I haven't harmed the 2 faces that I already did. So that was my goal. So there's the last one that I need. So I'm going to turn this, and I'm only moving the slice that I need, and that's just a good habit to have, so that if you do make a mistake at some point, you only harm a slice and not a whole stack of slices. And that's really what it's all about. Okay, we can check the bottom every once in a while, make sure everything's still cool down there, still groovy. And yeah. Okay, so I have my first ring, and I see that I have a nice kind of a nice setup right there, but I'm gonna have to don't think I have a place to put it up top there, so actually there's a couple of them. Okay, I'm not really sure I've really done myself any good here. Not really. I just replaced the one. Whoop. I just replaced the one assembled piece with one sort of leftover. Yeah, so the amount of space we have here to do some of these is getting to be a little smaller and smaller as we get these faces assembled. Okay, I'm gonna try to pop that one out as well when I do this next face. Okay. Alright, I'm just ripping through these here. So now I need 2 and 2, and then I'll take care of those ones as well at the same time. Let's see, lots of choices here. I just need to fill in that one. Okay, so I have that strip done. And now I'm just going to slice this entire one across. 1, 2, go back, bring it up. Alright, that one's set up. Now I need a 2 and a 1, and then it'll be another 2 and a 2. Well, okay, so that's the one that's, that'll do it. Okay, and actually I can leave that right there because, so my two, I actually have three, but anyway, my two are on the right. So all I would do is get the two, that's the ones that's on the right. I'll slice it over. Move it back. Okay, there we are, and so that took care of that. Now this is, it's accidentally putting this bit in. It's not intentional, and try not to be confused about that. But really, there's no point in putting it up top because it's there's so many of those pieces concentrated there. So we just leave it until we need it. So the last one for the center ring then is a 2 and a 2. So whichever central ring pieces I can find to assemble, I'll assemble them into a 2 and 2. Okay, I think okay, I could actually use that slice. Well, I'm just going to put that one up. Okay, and the reason I wanted to get that up there is because I need one that's right beside the center, and I don't see it there. So it'll have to be, yeah, there it is. It has to be right there. Okay, so there's my 2 and 2. There's where it goes. That ring done. This isn't part of it, but it's interesting because if I take that one out and put one more in, then it will actually be correct. So why don't I do that? Since I got it there, I might as well use it. So there we are. Okay, so that one was done, and now I can do the same thing, pretty much the same thing over here. I'll just take that one up. Okay, I'll put this one in, which I don't need, and then I just have to find a couple of pieces to put in to fill in on that side of it, and that should not be very difficult. As a matter of fact, there they are right there. Okay. Okay, so that one's done. Now, what am I looking for? I'm looking for a 3 and a 2, and I'm looking for a full one as well, and then probably be another full one. So let's get that 3 and the 2 done if possible. That actually might be harder to find ones on the left. They seem to be short on some on the left. There are a few in the face that I have to take away at some point, but alright, well, let's see if I can get enough. So I have my 2, and okay, well, that'll be the other one. So yeah, so I just need an inner one, and I think the only ones are actually in the face, the left hand inner one. That's the one I need. So I'll just actually, I'll just leave that right there. I'm gonna push it up, And I actually have an entirely blank strip with none of the orange in it, which is kind of cool. Okay, having done that, this is the piece I need. And it's funny, all the pieces I was looking for just showed up. And there we go. So I have my 3 and my 2, and my 3 are on the right hand side, so that's going to be there. That's good because I'll get those 2 pieces out that I need. Whoa. Alright, so that's done. So a full one and a full one. This this one right here, let's see, I can that's not really going to work. Okay, I will eventually need it, but I'm going to just leave it for now. There we go. Nice. That worked out really nicely. Okay, so there's my strip, and I'm gonna use the one that has a piece in it as my slot, so that I can get that piece out of there because I will need it for the last one. Okay, well that wasn't too bad the way that turned for me. Yeah, the puzzle's breaking in. I might put a little bit of more silicone oil between the layers, the outer layers. I didn't put a whole bunch to begin with because those layers were working quite well. Alright, now see if we can get something going here. Let's see, first. Yeah. I think the puzzle's breaking me in more than anything. Kind of like a saddle, eh? Breaking in. Okay. Oh. Okay, so it's just completely... Ah, there we go. No problem. So, yeah, must just not have lined something up. Just one thing, eh? Okay, let's see, where are we? I got one more to do. Oh, where would that be? It can't be very far. I have this face and that face to look on. Okay, well... So where is it? Okay, well now I'm a little worried because last time I lost a piece, it was chunked. Look at that. Wow. Wow, I did it again. Okay, well, oops, I did it again. Yeah, me and Britney Spears. Okay, you see this whole blue here is really trashed. Anyway, must have zigged when I should have zagged, so No problem at all. We'll just knock this one out in no time. I'm just gonna use the method for swapping them, because it's actually not that much damage. I could try to reassemble it, but it's just been so shredded that you know, this is probably the best way to go. Actually, though, I can't. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to take this layer out, and I was hoping not to have to do that, but the center is out, and I can't use this method. I have to have the center in there. So, okay, well, that's fair enough. It's okay, because all I'm doing is I'll just use these two faces to reassemble that blue strip and put it in. So, well, that explains the mystery of what happened to my missing piece. What I'm going to do right now, just before I get any further, is go ahead and put that strip in. So, there you go. And, yeah, in case you're wondering how often that happens, maybe once or twice on a puzzle. It usually doesn't happen much more often than that, if that. So that's, I think, twice for me so far. So, I don't know. It could just be the talking is I'm not I'm not paying enough attention to what I'm doing. This is probably what it is. But hey, you know what? It's all good. It's fun. All right, I'm still missing a piece here. Oh boy. Ah yes, there it is. Look at that. Okay. Alright, no harm, no foul, really. So, now I have my orange face done. I'm going to go back and sort of, with my head hung down low, go and fix this. No, it's no problem at all. And it's kind of just, it's part of the game, isn't it? Sometimes the puzzle wins around. So yeah, so the reason I had to pop that whole slice out and redo it is because the middle, I was starting to swap the individual pieces until I realized that the wide middle was not there, and you can't use this method on that part of it. So, but this is really very easy to fix. It's not like it's on the bottom. Then it would be more difficult. Okay, and a couple more pieces here. Okay, one more piece, blue piece. Okay, I think that's how all this started, wasn't it? I was looking for a blue piece. Eesh, where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay, so because it's at the bottom and this strip's at the bottom, I'm just going to turn this up, turn this around, and put the strip in. There you go. So that face has been fixed. Everything's still okay on the bottom, so I don't know, I must have, well, what obviously happened was I did one of these, and I must have turned this top one instead of the bottom one, and that's what happens. And that's exactly how it looks. Okay, so I did the orange one. Now the last of the 4 faces on the top, after I have my last swig of chocolate, and then we'll go on to the last 2 faces. So I think you can see that, you know, maybe if the first 6 faces are 2 evenings of work, you know, in 2 sessions, you can easily do the last 4 faces in an evening, and maybe even the last, or sorry, the next 4 faces, maybe even the last 2. But before we get there, let's get this one sorted out. So I have this one here, and so I just need to pop this out, and then turn this. But now it would be very tempting to just pop it right out and then turn the face, but that would not work. It would destroy the strip that comes up in here. which is pretty much what I did before, just on top. So all I can do is just, of course, and I inadvertently made a strip there, but anyway, I popped that one out. Let's see, this goes on the left, so we need one on the left, that one right there. Yeah, I don't think there's no good way to do that without wrecking that strip, so it doesn't really matter. This is the last one. It's not that much to do. Okay, so this one I'm going to take it out. Same idea basically. Took it out, and well, now we have one here that's got the piece on the left, so it can go right there. Okay, and I just need one more intact piece. I mean, piece with one assembled square and rectangular or trapezoidal. And so that piece is on the left. And last but not least, the three which have been assembled and reassembled for us several times here. There we go. Look at that. Middle ring done. I mean, first ring done. All right. So, so I need 1 and 1 in a couple of places, and we'll get right to that. Okay, so there's our strip, and let's see. I'm gonna shove this one out because it has quite a few pieces that will be of use later on. Whoop. Okay, so there we go. 1 and 1, and then the other 1 and 1 will have to be right there. Oh, there it is. Okay, and that's, yeah, that was purely me. Okay, and yeah, that'll be good right there. Yeah, just better alignment. Okay, and we go. And so 2 and 1. Okay, and that will be with the 2 on the right. So I can go this over here. Okay. And now we will do 2 and 2 and 2 and 2. and there's not a whole pile of place to look for those pieces, so if I don't have them up here, then they're going to be down here somewhere. I'm just going to push this one up top. Yep, there it is. Okay, and oh, all right. I thought I had an extra piece in there. Okay, so there's my strip. I don't really need the third piece, but there it is anyway. Okay, so that one, and now I just need one more over there. Okay, let's see here. Okay, 2 and 2. Okay, done. So that's the second ring, and one last ring here in the green. So there are some pieces. Okay, there we are. Not so bad. I'm going to have to clear off that strip at some point though, because it has pieces that we need. Trying to figure out, I have a lot of partial strips here. I'm just going to go ahead and build up one good one. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. And I'm starting to be a lot clearer on what's locking up. Yeah, it's definitely some dodgy turning on my part of it anyway, but breaking in for sure. Okay. Okay, so that's clear, that's good. That means I should be able to get that out. Okay, that piece would go back in. So that's alright. We'll make do. Alright, nice. That strip's been cleared out. And I guess everything I'm seeing here is available for this last strip. Actually, I got two. Oh, okay. No, I have one full one, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do the full one since yeah, just gonna go ahead and do the full one. behind doing the full one was just to clear out as many pieces as I could. There you go. So now I have to do a partial one. And I have to remember that I still have 2 pieces over here that I'll need, but I can make a partial one anyway. I can make a partial one that has the 3 on the left, and that's what I'm going to do there. Okay, well that would have been good if I was actually assembling it on a one of these big wide centers. Okay, so the one on the left, there we are, and last but not least that one, and I'm just going to shove that one strip up so that we can get a clear strip in there, which means that all the pieces that I need are on those 2 faces, and that'll be the whole thing. Alright. Not sure why that just happened. 2? Didn't intend to do 2. Oh well. And there we go. So, did the first 4 faces on the second half, and now what we're left with is the last 2 faces. So I'm going to take a short little break and come back and finish that off. That won't take very long at all. So, almost done the face part of the puzzle. There are 12 faces. We've done 10 of them. And now we're left with the last 2. And if you've ever gotten to this part, you may have wondered if you painted yourself into a corner or something, because it is very difficult to assemble pieces when you only have 2 faces. It's very, very difficult to get everything to work. But you don't have to assemble the pieces. We're going to use a technique that's very similar to what we use for big cubes, but I have to modify it a little bit. And the modification in this case is the fact that the centers, the wide centers, all have to match the color. So that's what we need to focus on. So this is gray, so I need to focus on getting a pink there, and that's the only thing we need to focus on, is getting them swapped around so that the pinks centers are all here and the gray centers are here. That's the first step. Okay, and I'm going to do it in the ring way, just exactly the same as we've been doing. So we have a lot of pink there. So what I'm doing is I'm shoving this one up, and then I'm just going to bring that slice down. Okay, so that one's been set, and that's just pretty much the way it'll go. Pushed it up and bring it down. Now, if we have opportunities to pick up some of these middle sort of corner pieces at the same time, that would be fine, but really it doesn't matter. And you know, we just want the pink pieces in here in the center. Okay, that's all that matters. Okay, so one of the ways to make sure this happens is, as you get down to the last one, is line the grays up and use a gray to shove a gray out of the way, and then you'll bring down a pink piece like that. Okay. Okay, so here's another one. There we go. Okay, so that worked out pretty well, and now I'm just gonna work my way around and do the rest of them. So this is the other ring. So I used a gray to shove a gray out of the way, and I can bring down a big strip of these pink ones, and that's lovely. Okay, now let me take a look around here. I just have a couple of the outer ones that aren't done yet. Now, if you get some practice with this and you have a little bit of experience, you might be able to spend a bit more time on this step and somehow sort of use these swaps to exchange things. You shove things up, you turn the face, you bring it down, and you can get really tricky and fancy with that, and you can actually almost solve the whole thing with those types of techniques. You can get a lot of them filled in, but you know, when you're just getting started, just do it this way, and then this next bit will go very, very quickly. So notice that I have built a star out of these centers on both the pink and the gray, and make sure that you have all the centers in, because if you missed one, you'll have to go back and put it in. So now what we're going to do is we're going to use the same technique that we used on the big cubes to move strips and individual centers between the faces. So for example, we want this strip of 3, 1, 2, 3 pink to go there, there, and there. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring down the whole strip. Okay, so now we brought down a strip. Now remember where these are. We're going to turn this one turn. Okay, and now they've gone horizontal. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring down 3 layers. So in other words, I've pushed all 3 of them down. Okay. Going to bring it back, and now remember they were a strip before, so we're going to shove them back up as a single slice. Come back here and remember that we brought down 3 slices, so I'm going to shove up 3 more slices. And what that's done, if I turn this back one turn, and I don't have to, but it's replaced those 3 grays with 3 pinks. Okay, and that's how we're going to proceed here, and that's how we're going to get this done fairly quickly. It goes pretty well. Now we were lucky there, and we had 3 that lined up for us. You know, it worked out, but it doesn't always happen that way. In this case, you'll see that we have 3 here, but we only have 2 pinks lined up to bring down, so that's fine. We'll bring down 2. So I'm bringing down 2 in a column. Right, 2 are on the same. Now I'm going to go over, and now those 2 are these outer 2 layers. So I'm going to bring that down. I'm going to bring it back. Bring the column back up. Okay. And bring it over. and bring the 2 columns back up. And then just, if I want to keep track of where I am, I can turn this back. I don't have to, because it really doesn't matter, but these are the 2 that I worked on. Okay. Now, it is possible to do these from the other side by reversing the algorithm or the procedure. It really doesn't matter. I always like to do it this way, because that's the way I do it on the big cubes. So there's 2 right there. Bring them down. Now remember, these are on the outer strip now. Bring it down. Bring it back. Up. Bring the 2 back, and you can see how this worked out as you're going around. Okay, so now it's just a matter of just going around and doing the best you can. There's 2 there, and there's 2 there, so they correspond. So we can do the opposite technique, where we start with a strip of 2, so those 2 and those 2. So I'm going to bring those 2 down, and then we can bring down, because now they're here, we'll bring down 1 slice. But just if you do that, just be careful you restore everything using the same methods, because you don't want to make a mistake on that. So you see, it is slowly coming together. We can't solve all the faces this way, because it does take a while, and it is you have to work at it. I'm going to do this one while I'm talking, but and so now I'm doing this one backwards. Just have to be careful. But it's a very handy technique. It can be used to fix faces that have gotten damaged, as I did before. You saw me do that before. So yeah, it's just a really cool algorithm, and this works on big cubes too, without too much hassle. Let's see now. See, now as we get to the end, you're going to end up doing more and more of these singles. But that's all right. You can just do it. Now I'm taking my time doing this. I normally rip through this pretty quickly because it's a very simple sort of action. So let's see now. Let's see if I can get some more stuff going here. Not really. No. Oh, okay. Yep. So those 2 and those 2. So that's good. And there we are. Yeah. So after this, we will be on to edges, and edges. It's kind of in a way like just when it's the same as when we started the faces, because the first set of edges take quite a while to do, just because they're so just because there's so many choices, and yeah, there's so many pieces to look at. So I'm just going to do this inner one here. Okay, it works fine for the inner ones, no problem. Just the one thing I can't do for you is move the big centers, the wide centers, the trapezoids. Okay, and I'm just going to leave that there because I see a piece that I can do, this piece right here. Okay. Right, well, yeah, what can I do? We just knock them out one at a time. Now this is kind of interesting in that I have these 2 and those 2, but I'm just going to do the one at a time. I don't want to, I could do probably 2 slices at a time, but why take the chance? I mean, I'm not in that big of a hurry to get done. So now I'm going to do those 2. yeah, it was a nice little relaxing change at the very end of a very long solve of the faces. Yeah, I kind of like it. Just kind of relax a bit. Okay. Wow. So all the ones here are sort of clustered together, but they don't really fall into a nice pattern on this side. So we just do them one at a time. No problem. Just getting yeah, this is where that little bit of catchiness is sort of bothersome. Well, let's see. Let's take that one out. Okay, what have I... Okay, that's really quite... Yeah, I don't like having it get jammed when I'm trying to do something like that. That's not fun at all. Okay, so it's that one and that one. Nice, we're down to two. Two left. Might be a lesson in perseverance for a young person in here. Oh wait, I have... Well, maybe I have more than two left. Oh my, I have a red one. Ah. Uh-oh, I did something to my red face. Don't even know when I did that. Okay, that's fine. I'm just going to leave that. That one and that one. Yeah, so anyway, it might be a lesson in perseverance for a young person, I guess. And, yeah. What age do you think someone could be when they do a puzzle like this? That would be kind of interesting. So what I have to do now, there's a couple ways to handle this. Probably the easiest, I think, is just to swap those two, and then to swap those two. So that's what I'll do. I'm kind of really sorry it didn't work out the way it normally does. I really don't know what I did there. But as you see, it's not a big deal. So there are the two pieces that I need to swap right there. And we just do exactly the same thing. It's not... I really don't know what I did to that red. I might have actually done that a while ago and just not noticed it either. Okay, well, now I can say that my pink and gray are done. My last two faces are done, and we have solved all of the faces on the Petaminx. And the bottom six, starting with the white, and then the top six, finishing with the gray and the pink. So that's really I think the biggest part of the solve. And another big part of the solve are doing the edges, but really it's the first set of edges, maybe the second set, and then it gets quick after that. Right, so time to do the edges on the Petaminx. And the edge pairing is done exactly the same way as it's done on a big cube, such as a 5x5 or 7x7. And I always use a particular set of faces when I do the edge pairing, because it helps me orient myself as I'm moving pieces around the puzzle. The top is always going to be the gray, the front face will always be the pink, and the two edges that I'm working on will always be the two edges on the pink face. Now, in order to make things more interesting and I think more efficient, I always pair up one edge here from this side, but I also pair up the piece that belongs here by bringing it down from the top, which means when I do my setups, I set up both edges on the pink, and I also set up an edge on the back. I think it makes it more interesting, and I think it helps to avoid some of the possible edge parity problems. Now, just before I get started here, I'm going to put a little bit of silicone oil lubricant in my second layer. I didn't put a lot of lubricant in the second layer because it was turning quite well when I first got the puzzle, but there is that bit of catchiness, and I just want to have maybe just a bit of slipperiness in there. There we go. Just to make sure that try and avoid some of that catchiness that's happening. Okay, that seems to be better. I'm not real sure, but it does seem to be a little better. You don't need a lot of that stuff, but okay. So ready to get started, and so what I like to do, I like to maybe try just to start with some of the brighter colors, some of the higher contrast colors. Actually, well, this isn't so bad. This is looks like I have a red and a pink, so that means I have to put a red and a pink over there. And we're working on this layer right here, so the innermost layers of the edges. So that's the target. So it's red and the pink has to face to the right. So I'm just looking now around the puzzle. See, for example, there's red and pink here, but it's in the wrong slice. So what I start by doing is just quickly looking around the top, and if I don't see the piece I need, then what I find it easier to do is just turn the puzzle upside down and sort of start looking around here. Now, as I turn the puzzle around, I notice the red and the pink right there. So that is one of my pieces. Now, if it so happened that when I bring the piece into place, if this is upside down, I can easily turn it around. Okay, so I don't really care which one of the two possible pieces I get. So, all right, now, so this pink is actually pointing in the wrong direction, so that's fine. I'm going to turn the edge upside down, and all I did there, it was already on top, but to turn it upside down, you turn the edge onto the top, you do a U minus, and then bring it down again. Okay, so now the pink is on the same side, so now that slice will cause us to pair up this piece and that edge right there, but I also want to put the piece in that belongs to this edge when I do the bring down from the top. So that's going to be a baby blue and pink number 2, so that's kind of interesting. But or sorry, that's pink number 1 from the bottom of the puzzle. So we're looking for baby blue and pink, and I will I'm gonna flip this over. Yeah, now check my notes because right at the beginning there's my baby blue and pink. So now I know that I want to avoid the pink face, and so I'm going to go up the back of the puzzle. I know the baby blue side here is safe. So there are two baby blue and pinks for that edge, but I don't actually care if I bring the wrong one up because I will use it for the next pairing. So if I brought the wrong one up, it's okay. Now I can look at this and I can actually see it's the right one because it's on the wrong side. It has to be over here. And if it was over there, it would have blue up, baby blue up, which is correct. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to flip this edge over. There it is. So that's the piece, the edge piece that we're looking for. Baby blue on top and pink number 1 on the side. And so what I do, this is my front face, and I position the replacement piece. It's right there. So it's not the front, it's not the right, it's kind of the back right. And it's going to go there. This piece is going to go there. Now, I did something wrong here because I turned this edge and I lost track of my red and pink. Well, it hasn't gone very far. There it is right there. So, and that's something just, you know, obviously we have to have that all set up. So, this one's going there to match up this edge. Okay, this one will go up here, which doesn't really do much for us. But then that one is going to come down here and match that. So I'm always pairing up 2 at a time whenever possible. Alright, here we go. So I'm just moving the innermost slice. So there it is. So the innermost slice. These ones are paired up. I'm going to do an R turn. Okay, no, really, seriously. Okay, there's the R turn. And now I'm going to hide these pieces away, and in the process bring the piece that I set up here into this slice. I'm going to bring it down, and now I'm going to slice back. Okay, and in so doing I paired up these. Okay, and that's it. So I've paired up that and I paired up that, and it's a small start. Now what I usually do at this point is I want to continue working on this pair because I've already have them started, and about half the time I'll have the other half of this edge pair on the top if I brought up the wrong one. So I'm just going to quickly flip the F face around, and now we're set to insert the other half of this pair, which is also the pink one and the baby blue. Okay, so that's really how I do things, right? Once I bring the other pink one and baby blue here, then I'll know what edge I need to set up the back. Okay, so I basically let the puzzle kind of pick what pieces I'm going to be working with for these edges. It's kind of cool. So, pink and baby blue. Alright. Okay, and I'm just looking at the middle edges. Okay, there it is right there, pink and baby blue. And I know I'm safe here because this is the blue face and my pink's over here. So I'm just going to bring this up. Now this is the piece that goes on the left side of the front face. So I have to get it in there in such a way that it's above the center. So I'm going to go to the left side and just turn it down. There we go. So pink and baby blue, and I know it's right because the baby blue is on the same side as the edge. So that's that pair sorted out. And now I'm going to look here and I see I have an orange and a bright yellow. So that's the piece that has to go back here. So first thing I'm going to do very quickly, I'm going to scan around the front here, and indeed I see an orange and bright yellow right there. So I'm going to turn it up and turn this back. And now, is that the right one? Well, in order for it to be the right one, it has to be on this side of the center, and it has to have orange up. Well, if I flip this over, it'll have yellow up. So that's the wrong one, but that's okay because I'm going to use that, and you'll see how it works in my next pairing. So I'm just going to leave that, but I need the other orange and bright yellow. And there it is right there. So I'm just going to hide this existing one out of the way. I'll turn it up. Okay, and it's on the proper side of the center for me. Okay, so there it is right there, orange and bright yellow. And let's take a look here. I have my, now I did something to my to this as well. I'm not quite sure what I did. Oh yes, okay, so I turned this a couple of times, and I'm usually a little less chatty and more careful when I'm doing these things. So very easy to find these. They don't go very far. Here's the setup then. Pink one and baby blue is going to be paired up, and then I'll have a complete triplet of edge pieces. Then the bright yellow and orange will come down, and it'll pair up that one, and that's the first of those, and I have its partner all ready to go for the next step. Okay, so this is how it goes, and this goes of course much faster than what I'm my explanation. I think that little bit of lube really helped, it seems. Okay, so how did I do? I have that one set up, and I have that triplet set up. Now remember, what I do here is I just flip the face around to get ready for the next one, and I already have my next piece ready to go because I already found it. So in order to turn this, actually this can go this way. Alright, we don't have to do anything. So now we're going across here, which means that I have to look for my next piece to go in the back, which is sort of cream and dark green. So it's cream and dark green. I think that could, okay, that's one of them, but it's the wrong one. I need the other one of those. So it would have been really cool if it was right there. Actually, I'm not doing so bad because it's right on the back here. Okay, that's the one. Now it's on the wrong side of the edge, so I just flip the edge around. Okay, and it's probably hard to see on camera, but it's right there. Okay, so there, I'm going here. That one's going there, and let's go. Now there are 30 of these edges to be paired. There we go. That's done. That one's half done. I'm going to flip it around. I'm going to put my cream and light green over here. Now, what I need to do is hide this edge. So I turned it down and then turn it back up. I could also turn it up. And you'll find I do half the time I turn it up and half the time I turn it down. I'm not consistent. So that one goes across. That's great. So what's the piece we need back here? It's going to be gray and baby blue. So there's a gray and baby blue. The gray's on top, so that is actually the correct piece. So I'm putting it into place, and with no further ado, let's just get this thing on the road here. And there we go. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and flip this one around, and we're looking for gray and baby blue, but this time we don't have it up there, unless it just happens to be there, because we already had the first one we looked at was correct. So that's alright. So gray and baby blue. There it is right there. So I'm just going to bring it up the back of the puzzle, and I usually bring it to the top and then worry about which orientation it has, rather than try to figure it out on the way. So it has to be flipped over. Okay, so there we go. And I don't have to really worry that it's oops, sorry about that. I got that wrong. It has to actually go on the front here. So I didn't really have to flip it over. But anyway, it works. Okay, so that's going across. That'll pair up. And then we need dark green and baby blue for that spot there. Okay. Now, the only time this doesn't work is when you get the two pieces you need, or say the piece that you need for here is actually in one of these edges. Then this technique doesn't work. And you just basically have to bring down a dummy one. Okay, so I'm looking for dark green and baby blue. Okay, so yeah, I was gonna mention that in the notes, or sorry, in my yeah, to look in the notes, because in my intro I said that there were no commercial stickers for like replacement stickers for Petaminx. And of course, what was I doing this morning? I was looking on one of the shops, and sure enough, there are commercial stickers for the Petaminx. So just look in the notes, and I will provide that information. Okay, so let's see. In order for this to work, I have to have the right piece in. And I need baby blue on top. Indeed, baby blue's on top. So off we go. And that's done. Okay, so the other baby blue and dark green. There it is right there. So that's the one that goes on the left side. Yeah, I do lose track of what I'm doing every once in a while. It's I bring a piece up and then I forgot what I was doing with it. But looking around helps me to figure out what I'm supposed to do. And that's why I'm very consistent with it. So that one's going there. And I need a baby blue and orange. Okay, and I see one there, but it's in the wrong slice. There's one. Okay, so now even though I need this this edge here, it's quite safe to do 2 turns. There's my baby blue and orange. Move the edge out of the way and then do 2 turns back. Very safe to do that. Now that's the wrong one because the orange is up and we need the baby blue up. But you know what I'm going to say, right? We can use that one in the very next step, and that's basically the whole reason I do this, to do it this way in a very systematic way. So there's my other baby blue and orange, and what I've inadvertently done was I took the other one away, but it'll stay there, so we know where it is. It's on the bottom of the orange face. Okay, so oops, baby blue and orange. I'm looking for baby blue and, oh, there it is. Baby blue and orange. Yeah, baby blue and orange. That's what I said, right? Okay. Alright, so the blue's up, and that's what we need because the blue's on the left. Okay, let's get on with this. Gee. And once you get into a rhythm on this, it's like magic. It's really just goes pretty fast. I mean, it's you know, it can get a little tedious at times, but for the most part, it's fine. And you know what? If it gets tiring, take a break. You know. Okay, dark green and red, and yeah, you don't have to do all this all in one go. There's dark green and red. Let's see. 1, 2. 1, 2. Now, dark green on top. That's the one we want. Goes over there. All set. Whoop. Okay, dark green and red. And now that's my next one. I always like to look around the front first, and then sort of expand my, go down and then just go around. Look down the sides. And there it is right there. Okay. Okay, so there's my my first one, and I'm looking for it's pink number 1 and dark green. Oh, to go up top here. Okay. There's one of them right there. Okay, now that's going to have the pink on top, which is what we want, so that one's correct. I just put it into place, and off we go. Okay, so that one's done. Okay, and we need the other pink and dark green. Quick look around the front here, and the top, of course. Save a bit of looking. Okay, not there. And there's the other one right there. Now this is pink too. It's a little. That's what confuses me sometimes when I see that pink there, and that's why I think I want to get some new stickers. Alright, pink and dark green. There must be a worldwide purple shortage, because even the replacement stickers I have, or that I saw on the website, don't have purple, but they do have much more contrasty colors. Okay, so this one goes over, and now we're looking for blue and bright yellow, and there's a blue and bright yellow, and that's it's actually positioned exactly where we need it. So that was a nice little gift, eh? Okay. So yeah, so to imagine me actually solving one of these for real, I mean for real as in for my own sake, you'd have to picture me with this thing pretty well almost in my lap, and me just kind of whipping through this stuff at pretty high speed. Okay, I'm just putting that up. Okay, so blue and yellow, and I'm looking for kind of like a forest green and gray. Okay. There's one. Okay, yellow's on top, and whoops, what did I do? Forest green and gray, not forest green and yellow. Yeah. Okay, there's forest green and gray. That's right, we'll use it. Okay, forest green's on top, and that's what we need. So, ready to go. Okay, and that one goes, and we need the other forest green and gray. Yeah, this is, you know, for me, there it is. For me, the one of the bigger challenges is the color matching, and it seems to me that the colors, I know it's part of the puzzle, right? If the colors and the color matching is part of the game, but it seems to me that the colors should be designed to be easily recognized and high contrast and stuff like that, I think, anyway. So we need a baby blue and cream color. So yeah, so I am, you know, I don't think there's any problem with changing your stickering to get a better experience with your puzzle. I sort of wonder in some ways why designers, puzzle manufacturers don't provide like really good high contrast colors. I guess the market doesn't really demand it, but yeah, it does sort of do wonder like why the two pinks. Like I'd pay an extra $1 or $2 to have a purple on here, but maybe most people wouldn't. I don't know. Would you pay extra for premium stickers on your puzzle? Okay, so that one matched up. So another baby blue and cream. And there it is. That's sort of why looking on the bottom is so productive. I'm sure somebody will come up with have a theory as to why they end up on the bottom, but okay, so I'm going to put this one down, and I have to hide this edge. There we go. And this is the game for all 30 edges and for 3 pairs in each edge. So now I'm looking for a blue and white, which is, I like finding the white ones. They're usually pretty easy to see. There we go, there's a blue and white. I think part of it, oh, there's another one. I should have looked up a little harder on the top. Yeah, part of this recognition is just getting used to it. That's correct. So it gets easier, definitely. I find this is easier this time than the first few times I solved this. Just to recognize the different colors. Of this particular puzzle. So of course if I change colors it would be different. There are some puzzles that really benefit from re-stickering though. So this is kind of a gray and orange. There's one. That's the right one. The Petaminx really benefited, especially the original Petaminx, from re-stickering with the checkered stickers. So, but there's a thing, eh? That's maybe going a little bit further than the original intent of the manufacturer. Now that the designer had originally put checkers, so okay, so there's the other gray and orange. Yeah, and I guess that's part of it. I mean, you wouldn't want to re-sticker a super cube to have regular stickers. That wouldn't be playing the game fairly, I don't think. Okay, pink and dark yellow. Pink and cream. There's a pink and cream, but it's the wrong one. Okay, it's the wrong one because the cream is up and it's on the wrong side of the edge. So if I flipped it over, the orange would be up, and I need the cream up. Okay. Alright. Okay. I don't think that's it. That's a bright yellow and pink one, but there you go. There's an example of one that's... Okay, let me take another look at that. Oh, what did I do here? Okay, cream, yeah, so it's, yeah, it's a, yeah, it is cream. Cream and pink. Okay, I'm good, I'm good. Okay. No, there it is. So, yeah. Okay, there's my cream and pink, and now I'm ready to go, except that I think I've... Yeah, don't know. Okay. What have I done? I managed to turn this a few times. There it is. Alright. Good. So, you know, I'm sure that parts of watching a somebody solve a big puzzle is probably pretty tedious. But for the, I think for the people that want to see it, want to see someone solve a big puzzle on video, you know, I'm sure that they can either work around the tedious parts or fast forward. I call it the tape, but the video. But yeah, I'm kind of curious to know what other big puzzles you'd like to see solved. It's a green and orange right there. You know, I've solved I did a full Petaminx tutorial, not a demonstration solve, but a tutorial. And I'm sort of, I do have that distinction. There's the other one. In my mind, between a demonstration solve where all you're doing is solving, you're not trying to explain anything, or minimal explanation, I guess. And then the an actual tutorial like this where I'm explaining the steps, and it's so that's those are the two. But what would you like to see a demonstration solve on? And I keep doing this, don't I? Okay, so there's my green and orange that I needed, and I seem to have okay, I don't know, because it seems that I was going for the pink and cream. There it is. Where'd it? Ah, yes. That's the wrong one. Okay, so that's the wrong green and orange. But I had the other one around here somewhere. There it is. That's the wrong green and orange. What? Okay. Oh, that is the right green and orange. Don't mind me. Okay. Part of the game, isn't it? Keeping your wits about you. Yeah, so that was, anyway, that was my question, was what other big puzzles would you like to see? Avoid Petaminx was one idea I had. I don't know if people would like to watch that just being straight up solved, because I already did my tutorial. I suppose I could do a tutorial on it, but yeah, I'm just kind of really curious. Okay, so we have an orange and pink one. Okay, there's orange and pink one. And that is the correct one. So anyway, yeah, leave me a comment if you're obviously still watching this far along. Be curious to know what sorts of videos people would like to see big demonstration solves on. I think, you know, the thing about the internet and YouTube is that pretty much everything I put up gets, you know, there's always someone interested in it, which is cool, and, you know, makes it worthwhile. But, you know, obviously I'd like to make videos that a lot of people would like to see. Okay. So you notice there that my setup is what helped me to remember what I was supposed to be doing. There it is right there. And so I need the yellow and white. And yeah, yellow and white. Okay, that should be relatively easy to find, but there's yellow and white. Okay, white's up, so that's the wrong one. And there's the, okay, that's the classic situation where we can't actually get there from here because that's the piece I need that goes right up top there. So there's a couple ways to deal with this. Really what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to take this pink and white, which doesn't affect anything, and just use it to, it'll just go in that slot. And then what I'm going to do is use the correct piece to knock that one out next time around, because I already have it up there. Okay, so this is one of those cases where we couldn't do the swap 2. Okay, and that does happen on Big Pug. Just as long as you don't break an existing edge. Now, up until now, I haven't had to talk about breaking an existing edge. Okay, so this is the piece I want to go over here. This is the edge I want to go over here. And so this piece is inserted upside down, and we're going to fix that right now. Oops. Okay. There you go. So this piece will knock that one out, and it'll be correct. And I still want to set up that edge, so I have the blue and red, sorry, the white and red in there. And yeah. Okay, so there's one. Let's see here. Okay, oh, there's the other white and red for us, so, but that's the one I need. There we are. Okay, so off we go here. Now, what could happen sometimes is maybe you forget or get the turns wrong and you end up with a stripe across the face. That's pretty easy to fix, and you'll damage some of the edges up top here, so you would have to maybe want to bring in edges you haven't worked on, but it's not so bad. So there's a piece I want to put in, so I'm just gonna do that. Yeah. Okay, and so I need the dark green and white there as my replacement. Okay, there it is. One of them anyway. Okay, and that's the wrong one, so we'll have to look for the other one. There it is. Okay, so that's the dark green and white that we need. Okay, so now I've fixed that entire yellow edge. Now, of course, what it means though is that I've done an uneven number of swaps. That was the first swap that I did that was not even, where I inserted 2 pairs at a time. So the question is, does that have an effect on the puzzle? And we're just going to leave that as an open question. So there's my white and green going in there, and we need sort of a yellow and gray, I guess you'd call it. Yellow and gray. There's both of them right there. Now they're both there, and we need the gray on top, so I'll just flip that entire edge. And I know that the hardcore puzzlers who do big cubes would probably put both of those in at the same time. We're not going to do that though. So there's one. Flip it around. And where did it go? Alright, it ended up there. Okay, so that one goes there, and I'm looking for, looks like pink one and yellow. Pink one and yellow. Yeah, it's a bright yellow, so it's like that. That's the wrong orbit. Slice. There's one. Okay, was that correct? No, that's the wrong one. There's the other one right there. Okay, so, and I have to turn it around. Okay, so there's the one that's going over here. That one's all set up. Lovely, eh? And I have that other pink one and yellow right there. And now the puzzle tells us that it's going to be pink 2 and gray that we put up here. So there's one with the gray on top. Is that correct? Yep, that's the correct one. Okay. And flip it over. And pink 1 and gray. Actually, pink 2 and gray. The second one. Okay, a little harder to find than other ones. That's the one we're looking for right there. Look at that. It's right hiding in plain sight. Okay, so that's going to go. We know that's correct. And look at that. We're going to finish that middle edge as well. As a matter of fact, I wonder, no, we still have a few more to go. So red and pink. Red and pink. But it's nice to see that we're starting to get back to some that we only did one of them. Well, red and pink should really just leap out at me, but it's not. Yeah, let's try it again. Okay, the good thing is it has to be here somewhere. Not like it fell off the puzzle or something. Or did it? Okay. Now, it doesn't happen very often. There it is right there. It doesn't happen very often that I lose a piece and I just can't find it. But, you know, after a certain amount of searching, I just give up and look for, just try other pieces. Because basically I think you sort of get there's a certain amount of stress that builds up as you're looking for something and you can't find it. And it you know, become less efficient over time, not more efficient. So yeah, so I'll look for a couple minutes and I'll just give up if that's the case. So now we finished that, which is kind of neat because it means that for the first time in a while I actually have to decide what my next piece is going to be. I think this bright yellow and green will work quite nicely. So that's the one I'm going to pick. So it's I believe it's this, but it's an inner one instead. Okay, there we go. Okay, so bright yellow and green now. This is upside down now for me, but that's okay. I'm just going to, instead of finding the other one, I'm just going to turn this edge around to match the one that I found. Okay. So now I'm looking for what goes here, which is blue and dark blue and green. And have a quick, there's one right there. And of course this just gets continuously easier. You know, talking through this, you know, it's going to take an hour to do the first layer, the first set of edges, but it really, you know, wouldn't normally take that long, and it will get faster anyway. Okay, I think I'm ready to go, except, yeah, I guess that's looks right. I don't know. Well, I'll tell. Yep, that's right. It was just hard to tell that it was the right colors. Okay, there we are. I got my dark blue and green matched up. And the next one. Need another dark blue and green. So There it is. Okay, and that's going over here. Dark blue and green, and looks like it's a green and pink that I need. A sort of pink, pink 2 and forest green. That's one right there, and that's the correct piece. Okay, off we go. Oh. Okay, put that over, and so pink and lime green or forest green again. Wonder if there are any color experts out there cringing every time I say the wrong color. We have that language, don't we, in our specialties? You know, I try not to overcorrect people. Like lots of mathematics that I hear people say that kind of dodgy. There's my mathematical terms. Of course, we want teachers to use the right terms as much as possible, but I'm not militant about it. Okay. I think, what have I got going on here? What did I do? I think I turned something. Yeah. No. Alright. What's going on? I was looking for lime green and pink. Oh, okay. I was looking for it to go down here. Sorry. Okay. So that's going to go across, which means I'm looking for a white and pink 1. Okay, well hopefully that'll be a very easy one. There it is. And, okay, that's the wrong one. Okay, so that should stand out pretty well. There's the other one right there. We'll just get that one out of the way. Okay, and since I know that's the correct one, oh, did I get that wrong? Yep, got it wrong. Wrong there. That's the one we projected. Alright. Did I say that should be easy to find? Keep finding the same one. Okay, why? Okay, no, really. Okay, so, oh, yeah, there it was right there, white and pink 1. Okay, and it's, yep, I hit the pink 1 on the top. There we are. Yeah, as I was maneuvering things around, I could hear a little bit of spring noise coming from that gray face. I know that it was making quite a bit of noise last time, which is strange because I disassembled, I took all the screws out and everything, the caps. I didn't take the puzzle apart. I took the caps out without taking the puzzle apart, took the springs out, put some lube on them, put it all back when I first got the puzzle because I really don't like spring noise. It bothers me a lot. And so for that other white and pink, it was on top. Oh, there it is. And for some reason, it's still a little noisy. It's better this time, but it's still a little noisy. So I don't know what I did. And of course, since I'm making videos with it, I don't want to risk taking it apart. And so forest green and yellow. Yeah, I don't want to risk taking it apart because then, you know, if something happens and I have to reassemble my puzzle, it could be a couple weeks before I get time to do it. Or it would just, well, it would eat into my video making time, I guess. Can. I managed to get that upside down anyway. There we go. Okay, I know it's the right one because we already have its pair. Yeah, so I don't know. I'll take that spring out anyway at some point and screw and give another dab of lube. Okay, so that one's completed. This one needs some work because it has the right pieces there, but they're well, no, it almost looks like it's correct, but it has the wrong center, I guess. Okay, well, just randomly I just found the right center for those pieces, so this is what I'll do. I'll just set it up so that we can go ahead and quickly let's see, blue. Okay, there we go. So I'll just pop these in as I go here. This is going to be pink and blue, so I'll need the pink. It's pink too and blue. Need one of those up top. Okay, there's one. Okay, so 1, 2, out of the way, 1, 2 back. And that is the right piece. So all I'm doing here is just tumbling the edge, and now there's the piece that's going in over here. We are all set. Okay, done. And now what I really want to do is just keep going on this edge that I started. So I'll just flip it around. Now I know that these two are joined, and it would be possible to do a slice move. It does work, so I don't know if that's something that you. Okay, there's the. You know, something that you'd want to do. The thing is that it kind of changes our pattern a little bit. So let's see, that's the right piece in there. So I'm just going to do, whoops, I'm just going to do one. You could do two, and then you'd be bringing two down. But I just want to do all the inner pieces first. There we go. And so that's all done. Okay. You know what? I think we might be done all the inner. Yes, indeed. Woohoo! That was great. So I could have actually gone ahead and done that one as my first. As a matter of fact, I could still do that. I'm still set up. Yeah, that could very well be my first second layer slice. So there you go. It all worked out nicely, and you'll notice that we had the one fumble where it was we didn't do a pair, but it didn't hurt anything. It didn't cause any problems for us. Okay, I'm going to take a short break here and come back and do this second layer, and that'll go a lot faster. So onward to the middle layer edges. The process is identical, just that we have to be careful to only look at the middle layers. Now, I have my first one set up. I'm going to try and rip through this and see how fast I can do it. And let's get started. So I already have this one set up, but I do need the blue and pink over here. And now I have to change my my thinking to be looking for the middles now. So there's a little bit of an adaptation there. Shouldn't take too long to get used to it. Okay, there we go. So we want pink up, so that's the other one. So we need the other pink, blue and pink. I think it does get a little easier because the middles now, at least for me, there's one. The middles are now they're orderly, so I'm looking at an orderly situation. And I'm just looking to either side of it, so I think it helps a little bit. Okay, so there's my blue and pink, and we are ready to go here. Okay, and that layer's, I think, going a little nicer since I put some silicone oil lubricant on it last time. Okay, great. And flip it over, bring down the other pink and blue wherever it went. It was here, really. All right. Oh, there it is. Yeah. So while I'm doing this, I thought I'd ask another question, or just something for thought. It's that this was a very expensive puzzle, and I've already talked about how I budget and things like that. But I guess the question is, what's the limit to buying these puzzles? How much are you willing to spend on a puzzle? Okay, so that's the wrong one. I'll get the other one. Because I know that recently another big puzzle came out, Item Star, and I guess people were quite surprised at how much it was. I thought it was priced about right, but so okay. Let's see here. Let's get that one down. Oops. Okay, I just got to figure out what I've done here. Okay. Let's see, pink, and what did I do? I know I'm putting the pink in here, the pink and blue. And that's what I was bringing up to the top, right? No, it was the red and... Okay, well this is... Okay. So normally when I turn something away, I can pretty quickly see what's happened or where it's gone, but I've completely lost yeah, I've completely lost things here. The pink and blue, I completely lost the edge. Oh, there it is. Okay. Wow. I don't know what I did there. Okay. That's actually a... I was talking about the cost of things, you know, and what you'd be willing to spend. And yeah, so the Iton Star was you know, kind of pricey, and some people maybe found it just a little too extravagant. So okay, I thought it was, you know, about what it should be. I didn't find it too bad, but anyway, I don't have it yet, so maybe maybe I'll feel differently if. Okay, let's try that. Okay, so there we go. That's that one, and I guess I can do another one of those. Okay, we're just gonna have to. Yep. Okay, so that one, and then so the yellow and gray. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Yellow and gray. Okay. So yeah, and it's so it's a middle. I have to really be looking for that middle now. Okay. And oh my, I'm really not serving myself well here. So I need gray on top. Okay, I got it. Yeah, it's okay. So we're gonna put that one over, and this whole edge is starting to come together. It happened to have one that belonged in there as well. Alrighty. Okay, I don't see, it does this every once in a while. I'm not quite sure what that is. The face just will not turn for us. Okay, so there we go. And now I know it looks like we're getting a lot there, but we need the other yellow and gray on that side. Yeah, so okay, there it is right there. Okay, whoops. Okay. That up there. Yeah, that was the face I just had some problems turning, so go figure. Alright, so that one's going over, so we need forest green and orange. And, you know, this does get quicker. So, yeah. Forest green and orange. And I'm looking in sort of the, not that one, but the middle one. Yeah, sorry, this, I don't know if any of that noise is getting, there we go. I don't know if any of that noise is being picked up on the microphone. It's suddenly gotten very noisy here upstairs, and okay, so that's the wrong one, but that's okay. We'll use it. So forest green and orange, the other one in there. There it is. Okay, so it's right there. So 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. And that's the correct one right now. Alright. Okay, so you see how these really start to come together here? Okay, so that one goes, and then we're going to have a white and blue there. And the white is up, so there it is. There's the right one. Okay. Okay, and so then the other blue and white. Right. Okay. Whoops. Okay. Okay, so that goes across. And pink and gray. And okay, there's still both pink and grays are right there, which is really handy when that happens. And if the gray is up, if they're oriented correctly, and they are, so there we go. I'm all set to that one. Okay. Yeah. So that was one pink and gray. And now I can, oops, that's the other pink and gray there. Okay. Why does that surprise me? Okay, pink and gray. Huh. Alright. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so it goes out there. So we're looking for blue and yellow. So, yeah, okay, so there it is. Okay, there we are. So that one's one across. We got our blue and yellow. And we'll have to check it because this, I know the blue and yellow is the other half of that pair. Okay, oh yeah. Okay, so what's catching? I've not really spent much time. Yeah, see, I don't know what that was at all. Alright, there we are. So that one's coming together and that one's coming together really nicely. So because I have this one's just happens to have landed filled in, I guess I'll just go with what's here, which is pink and cream. And there's one of my pink and creams right there. So I'll just go ahead and put that in. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. It's the wrong slice. Okay, and that's a different color yellow. It's not a cream at all. So, okay, so there's one right there. Okay, there you go. So that will go across, and it's oriented correctly, and if it wasn't, I would just flip this one rather than finding another one. But now I need to find a cream and dark green for the other piece. So let me try that. Yeah, so dark green. Okay. Green. Okay, there we go. Okay, I didn't have to put that one back. So is that correct now? That's the yellow's up. Okay, so that's the wrong one. I need the other one. It's not a waste. Wow, things have gotten really noisy. I know in some of my other videos I've been able to hear the upstairs neighbors and stuff in the background. That just happens. Okay, so okay, I'll just put that one down. So this is the game, really. The game is to keep, to be able to focus for the long periods of time, so green and blue, that are required, right? Because the puzzle itself is not, I mean, in terms of, you know, the technique or whatever, it's really not that hard, but it's the difficulty, I think, in this type of puzzle is the having to focus for so long and concentrate like that. So why am I looking for speaking of concentrating, I was looking for a green and alright, what am I looking for? Oh, I see what I've done. I was looking on the wrong side. Okay, so like I said, gotta have focus for a long period of time here. So I ended up with two that are yeah, so what I need here is red and white. Okay, let's go with that one. I don't really know what I really don't know what happened. I guess I looked at the wrong edge there. So, alright. Okay, so now that one's oriented correctly. And so I need red and green. Okay, so this puzzle, now that's the wrong one, I'll get the other one. So this puzzle is showing the signs of breaking in and being that really good good moving puzzle that the Petaminx is for me. And you know, it's, I mean, no one likes to use a puzzle that's all wonky and hard to turn, but this one's, you know, it's taken a little while to break in, but it is starting to really do much better, and it sort of makes sense that it would take a few solves to get good. Okay, we got a problem because that is supposed to go there, but it's wrong. So I must have made a mistake when I looked at this one. Yep. Oh my. Okay. And well, like I said, this is the whole you know, the game really is, you know, not only having the skills to be able to solve the puzzle, which I don't think it takes that much. You know, some skill, but not too much. But also having the focus and being able to kind of stick with it and not sort of zone out, which is it's pretty easy to do, as you've seen me do it a few times, just because I'm talking and solving. Okay, so now I need it's a pink one and the dark green. So okay, there's a pink one and the dark green, and there's the other one. There's both of them. So I just put that one up top, and I'll just bring this other one and also bring it up top, and then we'll decide which one I'm gonna. So I have both of them now, and let's see. So it's not that one; it's the other one. There it is. So now I'll just get this. Okay, I'm gonna turn that out of the way. There we go. So the other one's down below somewhere on the blue face. It's fine. It'll be okay. It'll be okay there. And I think that's where I want to be. Except that I gotta do that. There we go. Okay. Now, if these layers were a little wider, I suppose it would be possible just to move the layers. And I suppose someone with maybe a good touch or could probably move the layers as well. So I just find this way works for me, moving the multiple layers and then moving them back. Could definitely be made more efficient, but you know, I'm not necessarily all about efficiency. I'm about being able to do the puzzle and enjoying it. So I don't need to wring every last little bit of efficiency out of it, as long as the amount of time I put in it is reasonable for me. Because remember, it's a form of relaxation too, right? So, okay. So I'm looking for light green and bright yellow. So yeah, so when I'm you know, I just want to be able to enjoy the solve and not have to worry about watching the clock. I sometimes actually time myself doing these, but it's just really more, there it is, I think, yep. It's just more to try different, like, meta techniques, like my edge pairing technique or something like that. Yeah, so it is sometimes fun to race against the clock. Let's see, that one, and I need red and pink. Okay. There's one. Okay, and that's the right one. I'll get it turned around. Okay. Okay, and there we go. And I need the other red and pink. So, yeah. So that, you know, I'd asked before the Petaminx or the Megaminx, whatever the next big one would be, if you'd be interested in getting it. And then I started thinking about the price, because these were quite pricey. And I assume that if there was a puzzle that you wanted, maybe not necessarily the Megaminx, but what kind of money would you be thinking of? Sort of the limit of what you would pay. I don't know that I'd pay much more than I paid for this, for an off-the-shelf puzzle, a commercial puzzle. But I don't know. I guess it's... think a lot of it depends also on, you know, how I'm doing at the time too, right? And so, and that's one of the problems with recessions, where even if somebody's not directly affected, they still have their job and everything's going great, but you know, they hear all the doom and gloom, see all the people out of work and get nervous and stop spending money. Sort of human nature, yeah. But yeah, so be kind of curious to know how much people would be willing to spend. Now this was what, 220 something. I think $300 would be my limit for commercial puzzle. It would have to be pretty special, even to get to that stage. And I might go just a little higher for a shapeways puzzle, just because of the nature of shapeways puzzles. I've had a few of them. I've stopped buying shapeways puzzles for the time being, for a couple of reasons. One is I'm just trying to maybe just cut back on puzzles and focus on the ones I have. I sort of went on a bit of a, you know, I bought a few puzzles and didn't have a lot of time, and not as much time as I expected to work on them. So I have quite a bit of a backlog, I guess is what you would say. And there we go. Okay, cream and green is what I'm looking for. And yeah, so I've been cutting back, but really the shapeways, I got a couple shapeways and I'm really happy with them, but some of the shapeways puzzles I wanted to buy, I've kind of maybe heard some things that maybe they weren't quite as good, or they were having problems, or so I'm just kind of waiting a little bit until I get a little more feedback. That's it's a lot of money, so it's not something like I wouldn't mind maybe spending you know, spend $20. Okay, that's the wrong one. You know, spend 20 or even $50 on a puzzle and sort of take a bit of a chance. But when it's hundreds of dollars, it really has to work well. It should work well, I would think. And okay, there we go. So yeah, but who knows, right? If the right puzzle came along, maybe I'd just forget all about my budgeting and my careful plans. Okay, so that's what I'm going, and I need a dark green and baby blue. Yeah, I've often wondered, I don't know anyone else really in this area that's really puzzles, into such big puzzles, but I have sort of wondered, you know, if there was like a puzzle club or something like that, if people would like take turns doing big puzzles. Like somebody would do maybe a couple faces on a big puzzle, and then somebody else would do some more of it. And would that even be fun? It would get the puzzles done very quickly. Sort of like people cooperating on a jigsaw puzzle, big jigsaw puzzle or something like that. But I don't know. Okay, so we'll put the other one of that in. There it is. Oops. Okay, I was just a little disoriented when I did that. It's okay though. Okay, so there's the piece, and I need pink one and orange. And there's a pink one and orange, and that's not the right one. Yeah, but at least we have one there. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I have a feeling that's the one, yep. Alright. Maybe I missed one. What was up here? Okay. Well, those oranges should really stand out, but they don't. I think they get sort of lost in... Yeah, pink one and orange. Now, where's the other one? Okay, well, anyway. Okay, so there it is right there, and all set to go. And no need to really check too hard because we know it's the right one. We already found the wrong one once. Okay, so there we go. The other pink one and orange goes here. It's smoothing out quite a bit, isn't it? Okay. So that one's over, and we're looking for orange and gray. Orange and gray. Okay. Yeah, those oranges I would think would be quite easy to find, but they're not. Or I haven't had that much luck with them. Okay, and okay, so that I got one, but it's the wrong one. And really, there's another one, except that, wait a second. Nope. It's like, no. Okay, orange and gray. Well, there it is. Not that far away. Okay, just when I was saying that everything was moving well. Yeah, see, this layer is kind of locky, but I just, you know, I wonder if you just get so many layers that it's just not really possible to have a mechanism that's always going to line itself up, or at least not an affordable mechanism. I mean, I'd rather not have a clicking mechanism, to be honest, on here. Okay, so that's the orange and gray I was looking for. Everything's good. Okay, and this does not make me happy. I managed to put one in backwards. I see the one here, so all I can think of is that I Yeah, so I must have got the wrong one. Wow, that really bugs me. Okay, but I can fix it. It's not that bad to fix. How do I fix it? Yeah, I can put the right one in there. Yeah. Okay. So there it is. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Remember I was talking about keeping focus, right? And that's, you know, that's the sort of thing that... Okay, so we're going to go across, and I might as well pair that one up too. So that's pink and cream. So I'll find a pink and cream, put it in there. There's a pink and cream. Okay, now it's going to be... Okay, that's the wrong one. But I got another pink and cream right here. And that should be the right one. Yep, that is the right one. Okay. So yeah, well, I have it on tape. I could always go back and look at that and see what happened. But, it's just chalk it up to a momentary lapse, I guess is basically it. Okay, so I managed to fix that. No problem. And what I can do then is just kind of finish working on that edge. There we go. So I'm going to bring that across, and I need the pink one and yellow. So pink one and yellow. Here's one. Yellow up top, that's the correct one. Perfect. Okay, done. There's the other pink one in yellow. That's kind of nice. That is just right there. Okay, and we need a white and yellow. And okay. And there's a white and yellow. It's the wrong one. There's the right one right there. Okay, and I know this one is the right one because I've just rejected that other one. Okay. Okay, so that's the one that's going in there. Okay, and I know we still have that white and yellow sticking around from the other one. And we're going to need a blue and forest green back here. Okay, and that's the wrong one. Okay. We need the other blue and forest green. There it is. Okay. Okay, well this puzzle is opening up nicely. Yeah, it'll be a speed demon for too long, before too long. Okay. Yeah, I spoke too soon. Okay, nice. And I still have that other blue and forest green. Just go ahead and pop that in there straight away. Okay, and it's going to be a forest green and gray. Now, okay. Go. Okay. Okay, and that was the wrong one. There's the other one. Okay, and that one is positioned correctly, and it's the right one. Okay, off we go. Okay, so that's done, and we can do the other one right now. Okay, and I see that we're going to need a yellow and orange, which is a problem because the one that I need goes there. So that sucks, but you know, it happens. So we're not going to hurt anything by knocking that one out, so I'll go ahead and do that. Okay, there we go. And there's a couple ways to go now. Of course, I could pair that one up. But what I'd really like to do is, well, okay, all three of those are correct. Yeah. Yeah, might as well just go ahead and do that. Okay, so I have to put it in basically upside down. Okay, so now we're going to get that piece sorted out, and I need a blue and gray. Alright, blue and gray. There's a blue and gray. Yep, that's the one too. And there's where things get a little squishy. Okay. Okay, that worked out. Now let's just go for the other one. Blue and gray. Okay, so blue and gray, and we're in the same. That's very rare. Actually, that happened twice in a row, or so close. So this one belongs there. So when I complete this one, I'm not going to actually complete it. So I'm just going to use this one because it doesn't hurt anything. We'll go ahead and do this this swap. Okay. There we are. Okay. And so the let's see, the piece I needed was that one and that one. So I'll just go ahead and sort that out right now. And it's the same as I did with the last one where I have to flip the edge. Okay, and So it's baby blue and pink one right there. There's one. There's actually two of them. And that's the right one. So that'll be nice to have both of those to complete that edge. Okay, so managed to fix up that edge quite nicely. There's my baby blue and pink one, and there it is right there. So it's going to go across and pair up, and we need a forest green and pink too. So usually what happens here is you end up with the last three, and you'll actually get a case where you've completed all three, and that usually is a good sign that that you're done. We're really getting close here anyway, and okay. And I was looking for forest green and pink, which which is right there. Okay, and that's the wrong one. So that means there's another one lurking out there somewhere. Okay. Okay. There it is. Yeah, not that hard to find. And there it is. Okay, forest green and pink. Okay, and here we go. That slice is working really well now. Okay, so that one's done, and go over and get the other one. Yeah, I don't know if it's possible to see the difference between the beginning of the solve and now, but you know, I certainly feel it, and you know, the more I work with this puzzle, the better it gets. There's one of my, I think that must be my blue and red, because I only need one to complete that one. So that has to be right. Okay, so that one got completed. Well, that's great. And so a couple of blue, baby blue and cream to put in. And you can really see it's coming along quite nicely. Eh? Alright, there's two of them right there. Oh, that is lovely. Okay, so we got to get them so the baby blues are pointing to the right. There we go. Okay, and what goes here is white and blue. White and green, yes, indeed. I know my colors. Alright. Even if I don't say them right. And we had two white and greens right there. Well, that's kind of a cool thing, where they're on the same strip like that. Okay, and they're not pointing in the right direction, but I will correct that. Okay, so away we go. First one. And so there's a couple ways we can go here. I like the idea of just putting going in like that. So this one goes here. And as a matter of fact, I think this may end up working. Just, I don't think this is the last one, but it seems like it's going to work out quite well. Okay, yeah, these ones are all going to meet up here. Okay, because that one's done, that one's done, and that one got done. So that's usually the sign that you're done. Actually, yeah, okay, I think I am done. The inner edges. Yeah. Just a quick check. Sorry, it's getting really noisy upstairs. Okay. Yep. So that's it then. Time for a sip of chocolate, and we'll go on to the outer layers. Okay, on to the last set of edge pairing. One more set to go, and this is really starting to shape up this puzzle. We have the big chunky edges all sorted out. You noticed in the last that last one that basically when I did the last pairing, it also fixed the one in the back. That's usually what happens, and then you know that you have everything finished. Sometimes there's 3 more left that you have to do, but it would have to be 3. So if you just take a quick look around and you don't see any that still need to be done, then usually that means you're done. Now there's no problem with going on, and if you missed some for the inner edges, and not a problem to go and fix them up if you find some later on. Okay, but let's just push through here and get those outer edges done, and then we'll be on to the Megaminx Solve. Okay, so I guess I'll just actually I'm going to start with these ones. They're sitting right here anyway, and I'll do that because the white will be easier to find for me. So it's pink one and white. And now I'm looking in the outer edges. So for example, this one right here is the one I'm looking for. Okay, so pink and white one. Alright. And this is really exciting because every time I finish an edge here, the edge will be done, and we won't have to work on it again. So now I'm looking for the pink one in yellow, which goes here, and that's one of them, but it's not the right one. But that should be maybe a bit easier to find, I hope anyway. Okay. Is that the one? Yeah. Okay. Or is it? Yeah. Or is that the one I already looked at? Yes, the one I already looked at. Okay. That's a beginner's mistake. So now in this tutorial, I've shown an entire Petaminx Solve, and is that the one I'm looking for? Sorry, I'm going somewhere with that question. No, that's not. That's a cream color. Okay. So anyway, yeah. So I've shown an entire Petaminx Solve, and you know, I've made some mistakes, and I've had some, and I've had a pop and stuff like that. So, and I didn't edit those out. So I guess my question is that the right way to do it? Should I have edited out the goofs? Because I guess the goofs kind of make me look maybe like I don't quite have as much a grip on this as I should, or if I just I keep losing my place or whatever. What do you think? Okay, that's kind of interesting. Looks very close, doesn't it? Should I have edited out the bad parts, or is part of the interesting part of watching a puzzle like this being done, to see that other people make mistakes when they're solving a big puzzle, and they have strange things happen, and they lose their place and stuff like that. So yeah, I'd be curious to hear your comments about it. Okay, so that's actually, yeah, that is the one right there. So I know when there we go. Okay, we're gonna get that one lined up. Wow, that was a really close match for the colors. Just yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna get the blue, the other blue and white. There it is. Okay, and we're gonna need baby blue and cream here. Let's see, is that right? Yes, that's right. Have to flip it around. Now, as I suppose you can imagine, I cannot watch TV or do really anything. I obviously can't even talk and solve a big puzzle like this, but so yeah, so I really have to work on it. And I messed that up. Lovely. Don't know what I did. Put the wrong piece in. Yeah, so as I was saying, so I have my problems is doing, more than one thing at a time, and so that. But I'm sure that there are people that could watch TV. I know people that could watch TV and do a zillion things at once. Though I think a lot more people think they're better at multitasking than they really are. But having said that, I think there are people that can multitask reasonably well. Okay, well, see if I can do that. Get that going a little better. I really don't know what I did there. And that's not the first time. I probably just had the piece in the wrong spot. Oh, I wonder if I brought down the wrong layer. That would be embarrassing. I just did the same thing. I just brought down the wrong piece. Okay, I'm sorry. I just had to do that to see what I did. That's the piece I'm trying to bring down. I wonder if I had it. Well, anyway, let's try it again. Okay, there. Bring it back. Okay. So I guess I was just getting sloppy in my turning here. There we go. Yep, that's what it was. So I wasn't turning the top back. I was assuming the top would. Okay. Anyway, there you go. So I managed to somehow goof my way through that. And now I'm looking for the other blue and green. Blue and lime green, and I only have to look kind of in these corners here. So technically it shouldn't be all that hard to find. There we go, and I'll put a blue and let's see, that's the right one. Okay, so I don't have to turn the top here, but that's what I've been doing. What I've been doing is turning it and then bringing it back, which I guess is alright. Hide it, bring it back. There you go. Okay. Okay, so there's my other piece ready to go for me. And what I need is a baby blue and green. I have it. It's the wrong one. But there's the other one. And if I bring it up like that, it'll be correct. Okay. Alright, so I'm just going to focus a little bit on... Right, and so what I've been doing with the inner layers is bringing the inner layers back. There you go. Okay, and that worked out. Yeah, so just a little, because I was just on the top two layers, I didn't see the need to bring it back. Okay, so that goes over, and I need a white and green. Okay, white and green. Yeah. Anyway. That is the right one. Okay, nice, getting smoother. Okay, and what I was doing is bringing that back, so which is okay. I don't have to bring it back, but then I would have to change things, change the setup for the that outer layer, which, yeah, I don't like to change things up. I like to be able to do things consistently, build that muscle memory and all that. So I'm looking for a white and green. Getting a lot easier to find stuff here. I can already see my red and pink is there. And that is the right one. So there it is, and I had the other one ready to go anyway, so that's good. And so, yeah, so bringing that upper layer back is critical, even though it's not necessary for, because there's no more slices above. It's just the face, the upper face, and it doesn't have to go back, but it's critical to do it anyway, just because it for that consistency. Okay, so I need a baby blue and pink one. Yeah, I did just surfing a couple of web shops, and I actually saw that one of the web shops is selling stickers, really good quality stickers. They're not the conventional colors, and there's no purple. but they would certainly they would be better in terms of contrast anyway than these ones now. Okay, so that's not the right one. Now, you know, the question then is, do I want to change the colors now that I've gotten used to them? Probably. Okay, I'm going to save that one. Okay. So now that one's going over. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so one of the stores, they are selling them, and I'll put the information in the notes there. And that way, if that situation changes or if more of them start selling them, I can also put that information in the notes. And yeah. Now, that sort of brings up an interesting thought, sort of question I had. Now, I'm not sponsored by any stores, so any products I mention, and you know, it's just me going out and buying the product. So, what do you think about reviews of products where you know that the reviewer has been given the product or has been sponsored by the store? Do you think more or less of the reviewer, or does it depend on the reviewer? That's like, I always sort of wonder about that. Like, if I was to accept the product from someone to review, would I mean, it sort of almost has to make you think, change your thinking a little bit, does it, or not? Interesting question, eh? Okay. So I'm looking for a pink and gray there. I've been getting, okay, and it's pink, pink 2 and gray. So I've been getting kind of spoiled, but not having to look too hard for these. And that is the right one right there. It's great. Yeah, so yeah, so how does it make you sort of perceive the review, the comments, especially if they praise the product? Do you sort of feel that it's okay, or does it really depend on who's reviewing it, on the person's reputation? Okay. Let's see. So I'm looking for, oh, it's all lined up for me nicely. And now I'm looking for orange and gray. And yeah, orange and gray. Oh, look, I got, yeah, okay, no, that's not it. Okay, there's an orange and gray. Now, yep, that's going to be correct. Okay, that one, and that was my, I wasn't bringing that upper layer back before, so I got that back. Okay. There's another orange and gray just waiting there for me. Isn't that marvelous? Okay. And the pink one and white, I have a pink one and white, and as a matter of fact, that has to be correct because the other one is already in place. So, yeah, this just goes pretty quickly, doesn't it? Alright, I don't know what happened, but, oh, yeah. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I was right. Okay, that strip's done. That strip's done. They're all getting done pretty quickly, eh? So, let's see. We're looking for dark green and cream. There's one right there. And I need forest green and gray. Okay, and that's the wrong one. That's all right. There we go. Okay, there's my forest green and gray. And there you go. They're all set to go. Okay, one more of those. Yeah. There you go. Okay, and then pink and forest green. Pink 2 and forest green. That's not it. That could be it though. That's one of them, but I need the other one. That's not it. Yeah. Okay, I'm just wondering if that's, yeah, that's the one I already saw. That, well, I think that's got to be it. Okay, and it'll be lined up properly for us as well. Okay, so that's the one. Yep, that's it. Okay, off for the races here. Definitely getting down towards the end here. So now I can just go ahead and flip that around and find my other pink and forest green. And just get it right in there. There it is. Okay, there we are. So I got red and green. Dark red and green. Okay, well, there's one, and that's the right one. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear that little squeaking that my puzzle's doing. That little spring squeak. And I believe that's coming from the gray face. Yeah, now when I tightened this up, I ended up tightening it right straight back down, which I had understood when I got it. I figured, well, it's they ship it that way. You know, so I loosened it up a little bit so that it turned nicely, but by the time I did my first solve, it was I felt it was pretty loose, and of course I had that pop, so I ended up tightening them back up to exactly where it had been when I got it, which is as tight as it'll go. I wasn't able to see in there on the Petaminx. There's a collar that limits how tight you can make it, and I wasn't able to see in there whether there's a collar or not, because of course if you take the collar out, then you don't then you could tighten it a bit more. But okay, looking for yellow, and there's only one of them too. I'm just looking for yellow and white. There it is, and that's going to go right up here. Okay, and now I'm looking for pink one and orange to go up here. There's one of them anyway. And that's not the right one. Oh, the other one's right there. Good enough. And I'll bring this pink one and orange back up there. Alright, I think I'm set. Okay, nice one. That just went really smoothly. Okay, so that will go across, and then you now blue and pink. There's one of them. And that is the right one. I just have to turn it around. Very smooth. Okay. And now the other blue and pink. And I'm going to have to go find that one. There it is. Okay, and lime green and yellow. Forest green and yellow. There's one right there. Okay, and it has a yellow up, which is the wrong one. Oh, there's the one that we need. Well, that one comes to a quick halt, so I'll just go ahead and put that one in. That one's not going to hurt anything, so we'll pick that one. Okay, and now, in keeping with the way I've done this before, I'll just immediately go and put the piece in that I need. Right there. Yeah. Okay, so we'll just put that one right in, and we need orange and yellow for that. And that's the wrong orange and yellow. But coming up right behind it, we have the right orange and yellow. If I get it just bringing up the one that I pushed aside there. Okay, so that's the right orange and yellow, and away we go. Okay, and flip it around, and we'll finish this one off with a another orange and yellow, and I need blue and baby blue and gray. Alright, two baby blue and gray right there. They're oriented properly. Nice. That's one. And there's the other one. Okay, that one, and sort of a pink one and green. That's not the right one, so that's good. That's actually really good, because otherwise it does get complicated this late in the game. Now these things do have a kind of weird purity case. It doesn't come up that often, but you can get it so that you have two that are swapped. There you go. And it's basically you use the same technique as you would on a Megaminx to get out of it. And okay, so that one's gonna go. And okay, and that's Super Antonio Vivaldi has just recently put up a very nice Megaminx tutorial, and he has that parity case, and so he has a really good solution for it, really well explained. Okay, so that one, so we need green and orange. Okay, now if it comes up on here, I'll show it to you, but yeah, it's pretty much done like the 5x5. The difference is that on the 5x5 you can use the D layer, the algorithm, and on here you have to use the U layer. Okay, yeah, that's going across. And now I'm looking for cream and pink. I have one there, which is the wrong one. So I'll look around here, and there's, all right. Okay, cream and pink. Other cream and pink. Blue and yellow is there, it's the wrong one. So I need another blue and yellow. Oh my. Here it is. It's got a okay, so 1, 2, 3. There, alright, that's the right blue and yellow in the right orientation. Yeah, no, really, blue and yellow. Okay. What was he doing? Because clearly that's not. Well. Let's just. Well, let's do it this way. I don't mind. Alright, so blue and yellow, and the lime green and yellow. Forest green and yellow. There's one. 1, 2. Back. 1, 2. And that is the right one. That's good. Yeah, it has to be because it's the last one to go in that edge. Always nice. Okay, and that's how the last edges will go together. Basically, we will do one of these, and then all three will be done, and then we will be done. The edging. Okay. And that's the piece. I kind of thought I was going to need that piece. Just there we go. Okay. A good sign that you're about to get finished here is that this piece belongs to this strip, but this is not the case here. But we are getting close. That is actually the wrong piece for there. So I have to find the other cream and red. There it is. Getting downright silky to turn. I tried to turn that out of the way and failed miserably. There, it's back. So that's the one that's going in over here. That's going there. Not so bad at all. Okay, so, and one more cream and red, which we already have. Last yellow and blue. So we'll find one of those. Okay. Maybe I'm expecting so much, but shouldn't that just leap out at me? like right there? Yeah. Like right there. Okay. So, off we go. Okay, that one's done. That one, I need an orange and lime green. There it is. Let's see how I'm going to do this. Okay. That comes down here. And so now I need a red and blue, which is right there. Now, this is very interesting because these pieces here match that. So could this be it? Well, I still see one that's not matched, so I'm going to say no. Yeah, there's still, I still see at least one more. Well, that's kind of weird. There's one more, but anyway, we'll give it a try. And I'm sure that or am I seeing things? Okay. So that one's done, that one's done. Maybe I was just seeing things. You know, there's one that's not done. So we have at least two more that aren't done unless we get the parity case. In which case we'll just have two. Okay, this does not look really healthy here. I don't know how that happened. I have the two edges flipped around. That's okay. We'll work on that. That one, yeah, there should be at least one more. So actually I'm looking for a pink and pink and cream. Okay, that one. Okay, so yeah, there are a few. Let's get them all up here. Alright, well, yeah, so why don't I just do this? So where did it go here? Yeah, I'm a little concerned about getting those sorted out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pair this up, and I'm going to use these as my replacements just to get them out of that strip, because the algorithm to fix that is quite ugly. So I'd just rather do it naturally like this. Ooh. Okay, and so the net result here is that I can now flip this edge over. Okay, I can pair that up, which will knock this one out, and then I can go ahead and put a good one in there. So I'm looking for cream and green for that, and I think that'll sort us right out. There's the cream and green. And I think we won't have any more problems after this. Okay, I went right ahead and turned that edge around because this one's already in, so I know the other one's good. All right, time to get this one underway here. So there we are. So I think maybe it's clear that my technique is my very particular technique of pairing two at a time. Partially it's aimed at as much as possible eliminating problems at the end. Hopefully. Rather than having to apply an algorithm or something. Okay, so this one, let's see how this works here, because this one goes there, that one goes there, and that one goes there. And that's what the situation we want. And take a look around. Looks good. Hey? Alright. That was, and that last set of edges didn't take nearly as long. So, done the edges on the Petaminx, and the next step is a very fun step. Doesn't take very long at all. It's the Megaminx Solve. So, I'm going to take a little break, and if you want, you can kind of brush up on your Megaminx algorithms, because we're going to need them. So we're at the last step, and that is the mighty Petaminx has been reduced to a Megaminx. This is nothing but a Megaminx that has very large centers, very wide edges, and the smallest corners you're ever going to see on a Megaminx. But it is solved exactly the same way. So I'm going to go through the Megaminx Solve. I'm not a very fast Megaminx solver, but you'll get to see the whole thing. So the Megaminx is solved from the white face, very similar to the way I solved the Petaminx. And it starts with making the white cross, the bottom cross. And so all I'm doing now is just joining up the white edges with their respective colored faces and putting them in place. And wow, this is a really exciting part of the solve, and we're going to it's kind of fun to see. Now, okay, we got stuff like that, right? So the way to deal with that is like this. You turn everything one way, and then you do it, and then you put it back. You see? You got it. Oh, okay, and I got one of those too. Okay, so just have to get the green over there, and oh, and there's my yellow. Okay, That worked out, and now just find the green, and whoa, there's the green. Okay, wow, that's great. So I have my bottom cross, and the next step is to put in the white corners. Now I see I have one here, but it's wrong, so I'm going to start here just so that we can knock that piece out. And it just happens that the white piece is right above it. Okay, and so I'm just going to. And the corners have 3 possible orientations, and I'm just using the beginner's method for rotating the corners. There you go. So I rotated that corner into place, and now this is the green pink 1 corner, and if it's pointing that way I know it's correct, so I'll just bring this up and bring it in there. Okay, so that corner is in place. And now we'll get the red-green corner. Well, red-green corner is right there, so I need the red-blue-white corner. There it is. Okay, so I've solved the Megaminx. I've solved the Megaminx, in 7 minutes or something like that. I know that's not very fast, and I will say that that's not my typical solve. That was an extraordinary effort. Yeah, I enjoy solving them. I'm just not that fast at it. Okay, so I know that I knocked out the red, green, white edge. There it is. Flip it up, and just have to turn it a couple of times here. Or in this case, once. It only has 3 orientations, so the most you'll have to do is 2 of those tumbles. So now I have my I don't have my corners in. What did I do? I guess okay. So there are what, 20 vertices on a dodecahedron, so 20 corners, I think. And we're putting in 5 of them. And sort of reduces things, simplifies things. There we go. So I have all my corners in, and my bottom part, and now I'm going to put in the edges around the white face. Okay, this is just pure, straight up Megaminx 101. Here you go. So this edge then is going to go here. So I'm going to use the beginner's edge insertion method from the Rubik's Cube. I'm going to push this edge that way, turn this face up once, down, twice, open up the other face, join them, boom, we're done. Okay, and we just go around like that. You don't have to do them in any particular order. I like to sort of go around if I can, but it's really not essential. So over, up, once, twice, open up the face, and in. And in case you're wondering which side to choose, you choose the side that matches the color right above it, right? So I'll show you here. So we have the green red, and there's the green red. Okay, and basically if you get it wrong, it just goes in backwards. So notice we have the green and the red, so I'm going to put it on the red side now. Okay, so this is where it's going. So I want to push this away from the edge that it's going in. We'll open up the one once, close it twice, then we'll open up the other face and put it in. Boom. Okay. Let's see, green, pink 1. I guess this must be the one right here. Okay, so I've matched this one up so it goes away. Open up the opposite face once, close it twice, open up the first face, push it over, and down you go. Okay. Let's see, we have yellow and pink one. Okay, so now the yellow matches. So we're going in on this face, which means we have to shove it away, that way. Okay, there. We'll open this up once, close it twice, open up the one where we want to put it, match it up, and it goes. Okay, first part of the Megaminx. Now, I like to end with the pink, which means that I'm going to start with the cream, and we have to put the tiny corner in here. So I need the cream, the red, and the green corner. Cream, red, and green, and we just have to have these two colors match. It does. So there, I'm turning it in, and indeed that's correct. Now I'm looking for cream and red or cream and green. It doesn't really matter which one. I'm going to put these edges in next. And well, there's the cream and green. Because I'm going around counterclockwise, this is safe to move. So now I'm putting it in here, which means that I want to turn this face so that the edge I'm going into is right here. Okay, now I would normally match it up, but we have to push it aside anyway. So if it's already there, I just skip that matching it up step. But if you have to, for the sake of doing the algorithm or procedure, put it there first, it's perfectly fine. So it starts there. We're going to go away from the edge that we're putting it in, open it up once, close it twice, open up the edge where we're putting it, match them up, down we go. Right now, because we moved this, this one actually belongs down there. We're going to put it down, and now we're going to look for the cream and red. Okay, and there's the cream and red over here. Okay, we'll bring it up, and now we have to put this edge up one in order to bring it in this way. Okay, now this edge we can match with this center, so that's what we're going to do. And now we go away. Okay, we'll open this up once, close it twice, open this up. Whoops, sorry, there we're going in there, and there we go. And now we'll undo our setup move, and we have those two edges and a corner. Yeah, we're gonna go do that 4 more times, and we'll be and then we'll put in the side edges. Okay, so we have baby blue, green, and pink one. So baby blue, green, and pink one. There it is right there. Okay, that's one that we haven't done yet, but you know, it doesn't hurt to put it back just in case. Now for this one, all we have to do is get the baby blue to match up, and I'm just going to turn it one more time because what I know is that it'll match. You see, now it matches. So now that's our bottom right there, you see. Okay, sometimes you have to flip it, and I'll show you. So now we need baby blue and pink one, or baby blue and green. Doesn't matter which one. I have baby blue and pink one up here. Just happen to see it. Okay, and now I'll put that. I'm going to put that away. Okay, so my baby blue and pink one going to be right here. That's the edge. So I'm going to turn this up. That's where it's going. Now, if we can't match this with the face, then we're going to leave it over here, because basically we're going to put it in this way, and then this will actually match. Sorry, we're going to put it in this way, and then it'll match that, right? So we're basically pretending that this is the right face. So it's going here. So even though it doesn't match, it's okay. It's going in here. So we go away. We open it up once, close it twice, open this one up. Okay, we're going in here. Remember, we're pretending it matches. Close it. Okay, and now just to show you how this all works out, we'll undo our setup move, and you'll see that we put in this edge and this corner. So the next thing to do is the blue and the green right there. And I just have to find my blue and my green. It's right here. 1, 2, over 1, 2. I don't like messing anything up if I don't have to. Now this is correct, but I have to move it out of the way and remove this up because it's going right there. Now, the algorithm starts with it right here, but the first step is to go there. So it's up to you whether you can skip that or not. So we go once, open it up, once, close it, twice, open that one up, match it up, and in it goes. Okay. So yeah, so the first step is to go away, but you can skip that if it's okay with your procedures for doing it, right? Don't worry if you can't. Fine. We have the orange and pink one and yellow. So orange, pink one, and yellow. There it is right there. Okay. Where was it? Orange, pink one, and yellow. I don't even know how that happened. Maybe I got the wrong one out. Anyway, so, okay, now just because this one matches that, it means nothing. It's actually not correct. Now this, we need the orange right there. So what I have to do is I have to turn this corner. So I'm going to put it at the far end of the face and just turn the face like that. And then I can just keep doing that until eventually it matches up. I just have to turn it once or twice. Okay, so now that's correct. And I'll put this in just to make doubly sure that we're right. We are. We got the yellow, pink one. And so I'm looking for orange and yellow or orange and pink one. Well, there's the orange and yellow right there. I need to fill in that piece. So there's the edge. We're going to pretend that this is the correct face here. And so we're going to go away. We'll open this up. Once. Close it. Twice. Open the other one. Match it up. And in you go. Okay. Undo the setup move just so that we can double check that we got it right. Okay. This one over here. Orange and pink one. Okay, so there's my orange and pink one. It's going there, so I have to turn it up, so now it's going there. Again, this doesn't match the face, so we're going to use this face as the front. Away. Open it once, close it twice. Open it up. Matches our face and in the slot. And then I can turn it down and that's done. Okay, two more of these. So now we have our green and yellow and blue, and I can see this edge is flipped around, and sometimes that happens. It'll probably get knocked out anyway, but if not, we can always just take any random edge on the top and insert it in that slot, and it'll pop it out, and then you'll turn it in properly. That's the way to deal with it. So this is not the one I was looking for. That's the one right there. Okay, so, and that's matched up nicely right there. We didn't have to turn it. So, blue and yellow. So, I need the green and yellow. That one actually is the right one. So, let me just pick that one. Okay, so that is going to go in here. I'm going to put this out of the way and move this up. Don't worry about the fact that those were done. We weren't ready for those to be done, so we don't care about it yet. So the algorithm starts with me having this one right here and moving it once, so I've done that. And now I'll open this once, close it twice, open this up, pop it in. Okay, and there we go. We got that one done. And now I'm looking for green and dark blue. It's over here. Ooh. Okay, so there's my green and dark blue. Yeah, there's my green and dark blue there. So I'm going to bring this one up. Okay, it's going there. This is our newfound piece. It's going to go in this way. So away. Okay. Yeah, we were doing quite well. Away. Okay, open it once, close it twice, turn it up, put it in the slot, and we can come down and I don't know what I did here. Oh, sorry. We can go in. There you go. Okay. I just turned it too many times. Okay, so there we go. That one's done. Finally, pink. Well, look at that. Our corner's done for us. That's nice. It's a really nice little surprise to find waiting for the last face. So the next thing then is to put the red in pink and the blue in pink. So there's the red and pink. So I'm going to just turn this up. We're putting it in there. I'll start right there. We'll go once. Go up. Sorry, once that way. Close it. Twice. Open it up. In we go. And down. And the mistake I made last time was I thought it was on the other face. So that one's done. And now we just have to have the pink and the blue, which is right over here. I'll bring it up. It's going in there. And I can already see that it needs to start over here. So we'll go away. Alright, open it up. Once. Close it. Twice. Open this one up. Over. Close it. And down we go. Undo the setup move. Okay, well this is looking awesome, isn't it? Almost there. So our next challenge then is to fill in these edges here. It's the edges between the faces, and then it's on to the last layer. So it's really the same process, a little easier because there are no setup moves. You just have to put in the corners. So in this case it's pink, cream, and red. And so it's right over here. Now, take a look at this. The corners that we need are always going to be in these slots. And we don't care about these slots until we've finished them. So if you find one down here, it's okay to take that whole edge out. Just don't forget to turn the face back, because we do care about these two edges. It was only that one slot that we don't care about. So as long as we go around counterclockwise or in some systematic way, then any pieces you find that you need are okay, because it means you haven't done that face yet. So now I have to put this down here. We need red to be pointing down on this in order for it to line up. So I already know that it's wrong, but I got to be careful because I can only use this edge to turn. So I'm going to take the piece, the corner out of the way. I'm going to turn it up. This edge we don't care about. So now I can bring it back to the far end of this edge and then turn the face down. And what I've done is I've tumbled this corner one time. And notice the edge is pointing at us, the red edge, which means that if I move it away, turn the edge back up, then it's going to be correct. Okay, and this is the Rubik's Cube beginner corner insertion method, but I'm doing it upside down. Most of the time you're putting them from the bottom to the top in the beginner's method, at least the way I've seen it done. So that one's in place, and now we just need our pink and cream. There it is. And so we're going this way, so it's away. We're going to open this one up once, close it, twice. That's the edge we're going for. Put everything in, and look at that nice solid edge done. Now just do that a few more times and we will be on the last layer. So there's the corner that I need, and I'm going to need dark green pointing that way, so this will have to be tumbled. So I'm going to turn up this edge that I don't care about. Move the corner to the top of that edge to the far right side. Turn the face back. Now the green's pointing where we want to go. And there we go. Okay, you might have to do that twice, depending on how the corner is turned. So what I need now is the blue and oh, there it is. It's sitting exactly where it needs to be. So now we're going in here. So we're going to go away from the edge. We're going to open this up once, close it, twice, open up the face that we're inserting onto, and in it goes. Okay, orange, we need, this is actually the right corner, it's just not oriented properly. So the way to deal with that is, we don't care about this edge. So if I turn this up, this is the same starting place we'd have to tumble this edge. So all I need to do now is just turn this so that the edge is at the far right, and then turn the face back. Okay, and now with the pink one pointing that way, then we know it's correct. We'll turn it up, and now I can insert the pink one. There you go. Look at that. Okay. Now we have orange and baby blue. There's the orange and baby blue, and it would normally be here. We start by turning it away, and then we go up once, close it twice, open it up, and in we go. Okay, well, this is getting exciting. Now we got the forest green, orange, and yellow. There's the correct corner. Issue is that we need yellow to be that way, so we'll have to tumble it. So move the corner out of the way. This is the edge we're going to use to do the tumbling. That's the edge we don't care about. We'll move the corner to the far end of that edge. Boom, it's now correct. Okay, and now I can ignore the fact that this is correct because we're inserting a corner now. I know it sucks, but hey, there you go. Now we have the corner, and now we can go ahead and put this edge in. We would normally start, because it has a green here, we'd start with it there, and we'd shove it away, which is already done now. Open this up once, close it twice, open this guy up, and there you go. Alright, I'm sure that somebody has a fancy pants way of joining the corner to the edge with on the top, but I don't, and I don't need one. Okay, still like to see it. This whole edge is correct, and so how can we take advantage of that? Well, if the corner and the edge are correct, then you can just turn up the face of the edge that's on the bottom, turn it in, and turn it down, right? You don't have to do the algorithm if everything's correct. Okay, well, everything is done. The one case that I didn't have was the one where the edge is in, but it's flipped around. But all you do is just take any other edge, do the algorithm to insert that edge, and then that'll pop out the wrong one, and then you can insert it correctly. Okay. Wow, that's great. So the next step is last layer on the Megaminx. And there are some algorithms out there. You just basically choose your favorite algorithm for the Megaminx. In this case, we have that, and that. So I have 3 that are correct and 2 that are wrong. And that is basically, so the algorithm to do that, you got your F here, this is your R, the 2 that don't have, that need the edges flipped. And it's just F, U, R, U prime, R prime, F prime. There you go, and that got those edges up. There's only a couple of cases. It's very similar to the 3x3 last layer for edge orientation. OLL. Anyway, there's only 3 cases. Right, and now we need to basically permute the edges. There's 5 of them, so this one's right and that one's right, which means this has to go there, that has to go there, and that has to go there. And again, there's just a couple of algorithms to do that. And the one that does what I need here is, let's see, it's going to be, so it's R, it's U2 prime, R prime, U prime, R, U2 prime, which is just 2 steps, right? And then R prime. Okay, so it permuted the edges. I just made myself up a little cheat sheet. In case you're wondering, I don't have all these memorized. I just have a little cheat sheet I made myself on my iPad. I don't even call it a cheat sheet. It's a reference sheet. You're not cheating by looking something up. Okay, so that was a permutation, and that's it. Just standard Megaminx stuff, though. Well, what's next? What's next is kind of a fun part. It's a part where we get to rotate these corners and get the gray sticking up. And I used what amounts to the beginner's method, the same as you would do for the 3x3 to rotate the corners. And it's a little scary in that you have to do all of them, and while you're doing them, the puzzle will be in a little bit discombobulated, okay? But basically, there's only 2, so basically you're going to pick a working face, and you're just going to stay there, and you're going to turn the top, which is now on the side. I don't know, this is how the algorithm that I found works, and I didn't bother to translate it for a more normal setting. And it works quite well, because basically, would you have to turn the corner clockwise or counterclockwise to get this gray to go up, right? Well, you want to turn it clockwise, right? So the algorithm for clockwise is it's R prime, U prime, R, U, R prime, U prime, R, U. And I don't know if you see this, and it fixed that corner, okay, for us. Don't worry about that edge or anything else. That'll sort itself out. Okay. So now, and here's the tricky part, is to not move anything except the top layer to get to the next corner. Now this one also needs to go clockwise, so you do the same algorithm. It's R prime, U prime, R, U, R prime, U prime, R, U. Okay, and it did the same thing. Sorry if that wasn't clear on the camera. It put that one up. And now the last one, there you go. And it just so happens it's also a clockwise. The other one, by the way, to turn it counterclockwise is it's U prime R prime U R U prime R prime. So it's the same set of moves. You just start with the U rather than the R. So, but in this case, we still want to go clockwise. So it's R prime, U prime, R, U, R prime, U prime, R, U, and you had to take a leap of faith, didn't you, that everything would get sorted out on the side there, and it does, but it does take a leap of faith. Now, before you do anything else, put these back in their proper positions, because remember, the centers have already been set. It's the corners that are still out. But the corners are now oriented properly, so it's a matter of permuting them. In other words, taking them out of that slot and moving it to the correct slot. Okay, and we're going to do that. Again, this is a beginner's algorithm that we use on the 3x3 all the time. You're going to go do an R, a D, R prime. And what that does for us is it puts the piece that was there, it puts it here. And then it puts a placeholder corner in there, and we're going to end up back there eventually. Okay, so don't worry. I know it looks like really scary, but as long as we just move the top now and just that R and D, that's your D, that's your R, everything will be fine. So now take a look at this corner. This is green and orange, which means I want to put it between the green and the orange centers. Now, these are the centers here. They're humongous. So there it is, right? So now all I want to do is put it between those, right? So the algorithm is the same. It's well, it's R D prime R. And how did I know whether it was D or D prime? Well, it's whichever one puts it in the slot there. Okay, so look at that. I have that fixed up. But now I have another one down here, and that other one with the gray on top is the blue and the cream. So I want to find the blue and the cream. There's the cream, there's the blue, there's the edge that I'm going to put that in. So I'm going to do my R prime, and now this D has to go this way, and now I'm going to do my R, and I've inserted that corner. Lovely. Well, let's take a look at what we got left over here. We have cream and pink. So let's find the cream and the pink. Well, there's the cream, there's the pink, so we're going to put it in there. Okay, it's going to be an R for sure. Sorry, an R prime, and now it'll have to be a D prime and an R again. Okay, well, this is getting really good. And now I have an orange and a blue. So, okay, there's my orange, there's my blue, baby blue. So, R, D this time, R prime. What do I have left? I have a green and a pink. That sounds familiar. Green and pink. Okay, green and pink. Notice that this piece is the placeholder piece. So, down we go. Down, back to line it up. Okay, everything's intact. Top's good. Solved the Megaminx successfully. Okay, time to turn the puzzle back right side up. Yeah, just let's admire our work. We have solved the Petaminx. How long did it take? I have to look back on the tape, but quite a while. Less time, it would take less time, obviously, if I wasn't talking and making mistakes. But there you go. Was it worth it? I think it's worth it. It is so fun. And not a lot of people can do this, right? Even though doing it is pretty straightforward, still you have to know things, and you have to be willing to give it a try, to take it on. So that's the end of the Petaminx tutorial. I hope you enjoyed watching this. I had a lot of fun making it. I really hope you learned something, and for those of you who don't have a Petaminx, I hope you're thinking of getting one now. If you have any questions or comments, please don't hesitate to put them on this video. I really enjoy reading your comments. I look forward to them, and I will do my level best to answer any questions you have. Okay, well, that's it for me. Thanks for watching.